Good evening. It's Tuesday today, I think. This is a good thing. Anyway, hopefully dogs are feeling a little bit more settled today and not quite so annoying, but they're dogs, so I won't put that past them. Here we go. Oh, that looks terribly unstraight. Can I do better? Yes, I can. There you go. So, we need to get on with some cloth stitch sections. So let's do this one as it's nearest. So 1, 2, 3. Some more of these around here somewhere. I must have picked up a smaller jumper today. See that, or I grew overnight. One or the other. Both are, of course, technically possible, I suppose. Oh, come on. I wound you up and nothing changed. How did you do that? Right. So. That's not the right size pin. You're a fat pin, come on. Nope, didn't want to do that yet, I don't think. Or did I? Yes, I did. That's alright then. Goodness sake. box a little bit. Yeah, you're one pin or too high. Should be there. That's better. Oh, for goodness sake, dogs. Come on. It's funny how I wound that up and it still didn't get any shorter. One, two, three, 4.5. Five. There we go. Why is it every time I tidy up I never can get at the things I want now? It's in 3 minutes. There's nobody there. Shut up. Before I kebab you. I will. I will kebab you. And Rory and I will eat you. So what happens to annoying dogs? Hello, little brown one. When you're gentle, you get better hugs. See? Yes, you do. When you don't maul and scratch the crap out of me, I don't want to push you off. No, that doesn't mean you get to climb on everything. You've got an itchy ear. Come here. Better? Scritchy scratch. Better? Yes. It is better. I have scritched it for you. Oh, what a yawn! Was it a chewy yawn? How do you have chewy yawns? You know, I don't need to be licked. No. I do bath occasionally, you know. Uh-huh. I know. You don't have many ways to show, do you? Oh. Scratchy scratch. Scratchy scratchy scratch. You're molting, young lady. Yeah, sure. Just do under your collar. Better? Now there's clouds of dog fur everywhere. Yes. want to be licked. No. No. You had hugs. You did have hugs. You did. I gave you them. Yes. Oh, how'd you come? Oh, fine. You can sit there as long as you actually sit there and don't do your usual. You know I can't see through your head. Right? You do, yeah. One, two, three, four, five. That's right. One, two, three, four, five. What? Can't see where the other end is. There's a dog head in the way. Where's my... I kept the other green one, didn't I? Put it in my pot. I'm sure I did. They're white ones. So let me grab another big sparkle. Oh, it's a red one. What I need to do is, for all of you that should be this side, Amy, you really aren't helping. There. That gives that something to help them stop mating with some of these pins along here. Although, of course, some of you already have. Need to mind your head, little one. Come on then, off you go. That's a good girl. It's literally covered in fur now. Let's do that, and let's check and see how badly you are this side. Let me sort this pin out. You two are definitely in the right place. How are you from there? How did you come out and get tangled? Because you should never be this far over. You. You are. You're just tangled around loads of pins. And so you. Right. So. You're fine. You come round like that. Like that. One, two, three, four. I know I whine about my back a lot, but it's because it hurts. I do apologise. It's really weird. I can use the keyboard all day, but the moment I do this, it makes my back hurt. It's because keyboard is kind of down here. This is more here. And I think it's literally the weight of my arms it's just that little bit more too much to it. At least I assume that's what it is. Because it definitely seems to be, if I leant with one arm, that is not uncomfortable. I can reach all the way back there, not a problem. The other arm, not a problem. It's the moment there's two, I can feel it straining. So, assume that's what it is. I've got a lot of tightness in my shoulders and lower back, so between the pair of them, it's not too surprising, I guess. So I was just counting that that's all going to add up later. That pin should not come out. Where are you from? It's the only other problem with these really tiny pens. Because the heads are so small, they go under your nails and then they stick, or they stick to a bit of your skin, or it's just shit, really. It'd be really nice if you could use big, chunky pens. Ouch. Poked myself with it. Right. This looks tangled. So, why are you on your own? It's because you and you belong together. You're a pair. You're a pair. You're a pair. You're a pair. And you're a pair. I know this song really well, but I'd never have guessed it was called that. I'm listening, and the most key phrase in it is in the cross between the moon and New York City. And it is by Christopher Cross, which I knew, but I didn't know it was called Arthur's Theme. I assume it's from a film or something. I'll look it up later, I guess. One thing I do need to try is to play some songs at you on a different channel and see if it does what it says it's going to do, which is it says that the things that it saves, so when it records it, it only records channel 1. And there are like 6 audio channels. Well, if that's true, then it shouldn't be impossible for you to have, like me, this music. The only downside would be I can't have background music for when it's not. Because what I can't have is muted channel 1 coming out, so that, because obviously that'll be my voice, it would allow me to do. This doesn't feel right, isn't it? Anyway, never mind. Gonna have to put up my yawn notice again, aren't I? Let's do that, because I can feel another one brewing. See, there it is. Hey, Sukin. Good to see you, my friend. I'm glad you've posted because I had a bit of a fiddle with some of my mod settings, and I have banned a few phrases in the attempts of lessening a few of the idiotic bot things, and because I seem to get a lot of those. Well, I say a lot. When you only get 3 people comment a stream, 1 is a lot after all. But I seem to get almost 1 a go, so sometimes 2 or more. So I've added a few choice phrases for them. But of course, it's supposedly reg expressions, and we all know that reg expressions are a great way to screw up everything. 1 star in the wrong place, and now no one in the world can speak. So I'm glad to see that speech is still working. That's a good thing. How have I been? Well, last week I changed employer. I still don't have working equipment, but I am now on holiday. So, When I say I changed employer, I still do exactly the same job for exactly the same people. I've been outsourced. Well, it is, and it's been brewing, and it's a lot of why I've been kind of... Yeah, I've been kind of funny for a while, because obviously, we knew this was coming to an extent. Yeah, it's been brewing, and... No, sadly not. Kind of wishing I had some ways, but to be honest, the fact that I'm doing the same work for the same people should make it a lot easier. The problem is, because of the company we work for and what they do, right? I'm trying to get out of the we shit. But because of what they do, for security reasons, Liz, the full-time employee, might come back. So Liz, the contractor, even though I have the same national insurance number and the same, address and, well, funnily enough, the same white clothes and everything, I am a different person. So I need a whole new set of accounts. I can't have my old email address. I can't have my old accounts. So, of course, when we left on the end of November and arrived on the 1st of December, we needed a whole new load of accounts, didn't we? And we need all the rights. And well, as a contractor, you're not allowed to make your own account. So, what when you're the only one that controls it? There's been, let's just say, I got some emails from my new employer today. I haven't actually technically read them, but I read the first line or so and knew I didn't need to read any more. My new company phone, which will be required for when I'm on call, even though I opted out of on call and legally I'm not expected to do on call, didn't work. It's obviously got set up for someone else. They put their passcode in, and the company can't reset it for some reason. No, it says courier arriving tomorrow to swap your phone. First of all, I'm on holiday. Thanks for assuming I will be home to receive said DPD dude. Secondly, if he turns up while I'm still in bed, because not getting up early is kind of the whole point of being on holiday. Yeah. And I'm not getting up early because they've booked it without even checking that I'm available to be in to do it. So, it'll be interesting. I am expecting to be in tomorrow, but I'm also half expecting to be in bed because I'm one of these people. My address seems to be first on the list or last on the list. And usually, with this particular lot, it's a fairly early morning thing. So, I'm not getting out of bed for that. I'm not getting up at the crack of sparrow's fart. Okay, it's not the crack of sparrow fart. But when it's still dark, that's early, right? In the winter, we all know that dark goes on a bit. But I'm not getting up until the sun's up. It's my holiday. I'm entitled to stay in bed till 4 in the afternoon if I so want. It's, this is my life. I can live it the way I lead. Especially since I don't have to go back to work till the 2nd of January. So if I want to become a night owl for the next couple of weeks, my choice. I was slightly put off by the assumption that I have not chosen to go away for the day, that I'm not off shopping, doing Christmas shopping, that I'm not out visiting people. I mean, I know I'm a bit of a hermit. Okay, I'm quite a bit of a hermit, but still, a bit presumptuous, me feels. So I'm a little bit. I'm not easy to offend, really. But if you make assumptions, well, exactly. there is the bit, because I've not replied and said yes, if I don't get up tomorrow because the doorbell goes and I roll over and go, screw this and go back to sleep, I'm sorry, I never agreed to be awake and present at the door. You decided that during my holiday, especially as the first email actually says, bear in mind, still not opening it, but the actual email, she says, scrolling down to find it, I hope you're doing well and enjoying your time off. So you've acknowledged that I am on holiday and I have no actual requirement to be up and awake for the early hours of the morning, because it is my time off. I therefore waive my right, potentially, to get out of bed if I don't want to. I mean, what if I don't know, get absolutely wasted on the 2 bottles of beer I think I've got in the fridge that have been there for about 2 years now. But what if I choose to get wasted on my 2 bottles of beer and I've got a hangover and I'm upstairs talking to God on the big right phone? I mean, who knows, right? Booze doesn't tend to make me puke, but I don't generally drink, so I can easily get wasted on a couple of bottles of beer. But it is the, I'm entitled, if I so wish, to be completely and utterly wasted from, all night. How dare you? And as you say, I could have gone somewhere. I could have found myself a man and be staying over. There's a whole absolute waft of things that could happen. And it's not like they're dropping it off and they could leave it with my neighbour. No, I've got to give them the old one. So I have to be here. We all know what assumptions make, yeah. It was the fact that they didn't even bother to check, can you confirm if you can be around tomorrow or you want to do this? Not a word. Not a word. Never mind. So how's Zukin? Hopefully he's having a reasonable time. I've been pretty tired recently, so I haven't done a lot. That's a good thing. Okay is good. It's a good starting point. It is a lot harder than it should be. It truly is. I definitely understand that one. Because let's face it, everywhere you turn, someone else has got another straw to throw on top of you to push you under. It does get a bit much sometimes. And the other day, I was super tired. I mean, I got up late, fine. And I woke up long enough to go for a pee and go back to sleep. And then a little while later, woke up long enough to have a pee, go back to sleep. I slept most of the day and was still tired. I just think that sometimes, sometimes you have to go with it, because there was no way I was staying awake. My brain was not having it. And it's frustrating because sometimes, it's like when you're feeling really in the mood to do something, but maybe you've got a bit of a cold, and the moment you start doing it, you just run out of energy. I constantly seem to be just running out of energy. My brain goes, hey, I'll do this. Yeah, that's a great idea. Move 2 feet. Oh, I need to sit down now. Could do without it. It is definitely, the phrase is chronic fatigue. It really is. And I definitely have a bout of that going on. But I don't know why. Got no justification for it, other than a bit of stress and stuff. But and it's difficult because it's not that you don't necessarily want to do things, but almost by the time you've to do this, I will need, a drink. I need to press these buttons. I need to turn that. In this case, I've got a light to turn on and stuff. And almost by the time you've done that, I need to sit down now. I need a rest. I could do with a nap. When everything seems really tiring. But on Sunday, I stopped stream because I had people bringing food because my car's still dead. And the Tesco delivery driver came along, bought plenty of food, but there was something missing. And I looked through the order, and even though I know I ordered it because I added it at the same time I added some other stuff, and the other stuff was there, the Diet Coke was not. And this gave me a bit of an issue because I can't be bothered to drink water. It's not that I don't like the taste, I just get bored of it, and I can't bring myself to pump any liquids into me unless it's Diet Coke or tea. And really not in a tea thing, because then you've got to boil the kettle and you've got to drink it while it's hot. And so I quite like Diet Coke because I can drink it when it warms up. You can't really drink tea so much when it's kind of tepid. It's got to be either proper cold, in which case I can handle that as long as I know it's cold, or it's got to be hot. It can't really be somewhere in the middle. Whereas Coke, frankly, as long as it's not hot, I'll probably drink it. Anyway, I explained to the girl, that's a bit odd, because, I said I'd ordered this and this at the same time. She was like, Anyway, I didn't think too much of it. Sat down. 2 hours later, so this is like 10 o'clock at night on a Sunday. Ding dong! Oh, fuck's that? I can getting ready for a fight now, It's either my neighbour in tears or it's going to be someone getting ready for a punch on the nose. Because, to be honest, most people do not, call round at 10 o'clock at night uninvited. She came back. She bought me 2 bottles of Coke out of her own money. I have never felt so overwhelmingly appreciative of some poor girl. I don't even know her name. She bought me a Christmas card. She wrote on it, just because it's Christmas, your Tesco delivery driver. And she bought me 2 bottles of Coke because she agreed with me. Water don't cut it. Sometimes you need a fizzy drink. So she bought me 2 bottles of Coke. I'm sure she gets staff discount and all that kind of crap, but she came back with a card and some drink, and proper nice that was. Very, very, very impressed with that. Especially in this day and age where, frankly, half the time you've got someone who doesn't even want to get out of bed in the morning. Hello, I recognise that feeling. But, everyone's doing their job. They're usually underappreciated, underpaid, and while some bigwig gets a huge fat bonus for sitting there and kind of making a dumb decision, and so to have someone arguably near the bottom of a company tree do something out of their own pocket, even if it was, even if she already had, even if she had points or something and got them for nothing, she spent them on me in a card, and I was really touched by that. So, so I phoned up to the complaint line. I've done this before to thank them for something. It was real proper nice, and I phoned up the complaint line and got through, and I said, I want to give some feedback on my driver. All right, okay. And you could see them going, oh God, what have they done now? I said, she's the nicest person to walk the earth. And they kind of went, pardon? It's like, I want to send feedback that she's the nicest person. And I explained, that I thought I'd ordered Coke. In fact, I knew I'd pressed the thing on Coke, and it you know, it's not the first time I've added stuff and it's disappeared. But on hearing that I was out of Coke, she obviously felt so sorry for me that she, you know, she went and got this, and you know, she didn't have to. It's not like I said, here's some money, can you go and pick me some up? She went and got it. And nicest girl. Absolutely nicest girl. So hopefully she, I mean, I obviously thanked her profusely on the doorstep, but hopefully she gets, you know, a shout out at the local thing of someone's actually phoned in to be happy. Quick, look, everyone witness. You know, I hope. I mean, I doubt they will. They'll probably swallow it, but yeah. I mean, seriously, if there was a tip jar for her, oh dear God, her tip jar would be full. I've done nice things for their drivers before. There was a girl, she was delivering my food, and I got a phone call to say she'd broken down from her, saying, hi, I've broken down, I'm going to be late. Depends how long they come to pick up the van as to whether they had, you know, to come to fix the van. And I said, are you alright? Because it was a horrible, dark, miserable, cold night. And she said, yeah. And I said, are you somewhere safe? You know, you're alright on your own. And, you know, did all the nice things that you should do. And not that I feel that I did it because I felt I should. I did it because I actually did. You know, my food's there. I want it to be safe, you know. And she was like, yeah. You know, it's in a bit of the arse end of nowhere, but never mind. Anyway, I never got an update through the app saying that there was going to be a delay. And a little while later, I phoned them up and kind of, they are going to go and fix her van, right? And they went, well, what do you mean? Well, she's been sat up, you know, like 5 miles away in a miserable, godforsaken, cold area. You are actually going to go and fix it. While she had phoned in, whoever she phoned into didn't write it down. She was still waiting. No one had come. They didn't know. And so, you know, they thanked me for letting them know that, you know, she'd phoned to say she was broken down and they'd get someone sent up there. And I phoned back a few hours later to make sure someone had actually gone this time. They gave me 10 quid for checking up on their driver. And it's like, if I'd broken down in that van, I'd have called and been waiting the 4 hours that this poor cow had been waiting. I'd have called a fucking taxi and abandoned the van. Screw the van. It's cold out there. No. Yeah, no. Don't be needing that. Yeah, you just don't be needing that. You really, really don't. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, no one needs that. What made me laugh, well, didn't originally, but did make me laugh. So the next morning, my food was due to come out following this breakdown. And he was late. Because, you know, they give us a new time slot and it's like, fine, I'll stay in for my food. Kind of need it after all. And he was late. When he got there, he said, oh, I'm sorry I'm late. I broke down. I went, excuse me? And he went, oh, my van broke down. And I went, you do realise you're only doing this delivery because yesterday's van broke down? And he went, well, it could be worse. This van actually broke down twice already. What? Do you not ever service your vans or something? You've broken down twice already that morning. Oh, dear God. He was nice as well. Some of them are. Most of the drivers are, to be honest. Most of them are quite pleasant. Some more so than others, but most of them are reasonable. Some are really nice. Some not so much. Some it's kind of like, good, now you're done. Good riddance. Go on, off you go. You know, hurry up, leave quicker, please. I'd rather you weren't near me, thank you. But as long as they give me my food, I don't really mind. To be honest, being pleasant about it is, you know, here's your food. I mean, what more does it really need? I mean, it helps if you're all bubbly and peoply and all the rest of it. But I know I'm not, so, you know, Maybe the look on my face was all they needed. Oh, God, people, no. I really must decide if I'm fixing my car or not. I don't really want to. Because I use it so little. It seems stupid to pay that amount of money to fix a car on the random off chance that I need to take the dog to the vet, which is pretty much the only reason I kind of use it. That reminds me. I need to phone up my insurance company. Because technically I need business insurance now. I might already have it, I can't remember. I could look at the insurance document. Oh, it'd be quicker to ring them. It's easier to ring them and go, yo, John, have I got business insurance? And he goes, yes, why? Okay. Because now my employer's not my employer. To get to site, you need business insurance. Which is something I need to ask someone else about, actually. To be sure that they have business insurance, so that they're cut to make sure they're covered. Because otherwise, maybe they're not. Why does these bobbins keep doing this? This one always seems to come out considerably longer. Never mind. It's 2 pins, that's why it doesn't fit. got the woofs in his sleep. You alright there, Mr. Paws? Did you wake yourself by barking? You did. Okay. You have to be very careful with Rory when he's asleep. Because much like me, you wake me up, I'm expecting my house to be empty, therefore if someone woke me up, I'd probably punch it. Rory's a little bit the same, in that he's not expecting to be woken up, therefore comes out teeth first. Apparently Path of Exile's just changed a big pile of stuff. I'll have to have a look at that then. I confess I have been playing Path of Exile, briefly. Haven't got very far, but I also suck at it, so. I did try playing it the first night, and really didn't get very far at all. I made one of each of the classes, and kind of did the next zone. Some of them I didn't even get that far. I really did struggle. Interestingly, since then, I poked a couple of the other characters since, and I don't seem to be having the same problem. It's not because they patched it; it's because I'm more awake, and so obviously, one's state of awakeness apparently matters when playing games. But if they've just changed a big pile of stuff, I don't suppose you're going to show me the patch notes, are you? Patch notes, there we go. Hotfix 1. Ooh, that's going to annoy somebody. Ooh, I know a man who was using that. Oops. I wouldn't call it. I changed a lot of things. So, hotfix 1C. Well, patch 0.1.0C, which was already out earlier today. They've changed two things, both of them to do with summon raging spirits. One, now that it will only ever summon 5. And the other being that you can no longer trigger it from fire spells. Well, someone I was watching has only ever used it as part of Wall of Flame and sent fiery heads to melt everything. Well, cheers for getting that, Newt, dude. Thanks for that. Yes. I like Path of Exile. Path of Exile is very much a Diablo 4 action RPG game. Now, as stated previously, I suck at it. But it's the kind of game that, despite sucking at it a lot, Path of Exile 1 is free, Path of Exile 2 currently is in early access and you can pay $30 to get in early. I have paid my $30. Well, I have paid my $30, and I'm glad I did. I'm enjoying it. I've got time off after all, bit of extra time to kill, time to play things. After all, if Monsters and Memories are up, I'll be playing that instead. So there you go. But it's not, so that's fine. I know you don't control these things. But let's face it, if it was in early access, you'd have one hell of a lot. I'd be tired for a genuine reason. But yeah, I enjoyed Path of Exile 1 to an extent. It's not that I don't like it. It's just that it is complicated. Now, Path of Exile 2, I would argue, is more complicated. But there we go. I knew something wasn't right, and that pin needs to go up a half to there. That's why it didn't feel right. The angle felt a bit weak. I see a pin missing. Problem is I can't see it close enough. No, it's not missing. It's just not pushed down like it's supposed. Yeah, that's better. It's the only problem with this. Right. So what we need to do is we need to take some pins out. Because we can. Let's bring the pin pot closer. Just through that one because it got stuck to my thumb. We all know I love pulling pins. So you're all dealt with. You're dealt with. Now. I'm going to lump you more out the way, push you more out the way, roll you round a lot, like this. And you, of course, are too long, because you're another one of the I like to be long bobbins. And then we need 4. 1. Oh no, you're part of that. 1, 2, and you're wrapped around 68 pins. Right, so we need to cross, twist, cross, twist. There we go. And try and make you a bit more even. Yeah, for Zukin, for some reason I proper suck at Path of Exile. It's hard to explain, but unfortunately, as you well know, yeah, I mean, I don't know when they're planning on the release. I assume kind of early next year-ish, to be honest. But in a way it's simpler. In a way it's not. So, for those who did PoE 1, we had coloured sockets, potentially, on every item. And certain skills had certain colours. And obviously you couldn't put this in that socket. You couldn't put a blue in a green socket because, well, you couldn't. There were some white sockets. Rare as Badger's teeth, but you could put anything in a white one, but you didn't really get many of those. And you spent a lot of time hoping for links and you know, on so that gems could have support gems. You don't have that in Path of Exile 2. Certainly at the beginning, 99% of stuff does not have a socket. But things do drop to allow you to add sockets. And it's not a random thing. it is click on this to add a socket. No more complicated than that. Click on this if you wish to add a socket to. I think there's a couple of different kinds of things, but realistically, click on this if you want to add a socket to a thing. There is still the the trash, common, uncommon and unique level of stuff. So you have white, blue, yellow, and kind of orangey, whatever the hell colour that is. But you don't have gems that go in sockets anymore. Gems go in, gem sockets that are not related to your items, but are related to you as a person. So you can arguably add pretty much anything to your character, and it becomes a skill. You can then get support gems that you can cut against any skill to support them in a certain way. But you only get a certain number of ways of supporting any given skill. So it's not like there's 20 support gems and they can apply to some I know they apply to area of effect style skills or melee style skills. Because of course they never called it that. It was just a case of it only worked on these, didn't work. It gave you a list of all the things that you had that it worked on. Now you have, if you have skeletal minion as a skill, by default there are 3 things I think it can do. One is be a meat shield. One is unstable or something. It's something like unstable minion, which is when they get slow health they explode, which is freaking awesome. And another one, I can't remember what that one is. So you get stuff like that. Sadly, skill gems and support gems are not common. And in fact, loot's a lot less common than it was. But you now also have runes. Runes are more like gems from PoE 1 in that runes go in sockets on items. But you cannot remove them once you put them in. But you can add rune sockets, you just can't remove them or remove the runes. The tree is as big as ever. That's all I can say about that. The passive tree is huge and frightening, but they have done a lot of work to that. So instead of there being like a highway up to another group of nodes that you're interested in where you have to pick strength every time, you get attribute nodes, and they can be one of 3 things: strength, intelligence, and dexterity. And you can pick and change it all the time. So you can have, more dex or more with different weapon sets even. So they've allowed for that. But what you can and can't do is really complicated. So not a lot of this seems very well explained, and I'm clearly not an expert, but it is significantly different. It plays a hell of a lot slower. Now, I am not in any shape or form a speedrunner. I am not in any way quick at playing Path of Exile. But while there are plenty of people that have reached like level 70 and all the rest of it, these are proper experienced gamers who kind of do this for a living. As a normal mortal, I have 2 characters at the level 10 since release. And I was there at release. So with that in mind, it is not a fast-paced game. Well, it is, but you're kind of paddling upstream. You kill a lot of stuff, but you might not have a lot of experience from it. And man, do these things whoop your ass. Now, it's not hard. Well, it is harder. But in a way, a lot of the harder comes is because the mobs aren't so stupid anymore. Previously, the mobs kind of walked up to you to punch you on the nose. They don't just do that now. Nearly every boss mob spawns trash mobs. Well, in fact, I think to be a boss mob, it's almost like its definition now is that it will have waves of spawning mobs. Now, it might be 1 or 2, or it might be 10 or 20. But there are an awful lot of characters that don't seem to handle crowds as well as others, is all I will say. And I was struggling with that, which is why I lost my patience with it kind of day one when I was trying to find which class I would feel most attuned to. Because obviously there are some new classes and they have potentially changed a lot of the classes anyway. So I wanted one of everything to give it a bit of a go. I've watched one guy who's being a warrior. He's slamming his way through things. And I've watched, 1.5 guys. I watched him for about half an hour. Didn't really pay a lot of attention, so only half watched him. Playing Witch. Now, minions do help. I really do like me minions. I've always been a pet class fan, so minions and I do seem a natural mix. What I am struggling with is in PoE 1, once you hit, say, level 4, your gems are generally the equivalent of level 4. When you get to level 5, your gems get more experience and can gain a level. Not anymore. You have to find a skill gem of the new level. Well, I tried to love him. He was just being a lazy silly, wasn't he? I did love him all the same. But he kept getting stuck and sniffing things and not following and getting left behind. But, you know, in PoE, one of the biggest frustrations is that, let's say, skeletal minion. So you find, because you can find a weapon now with skeletal minion on it. This means you get free skeletal minion. And you can put support gems into skeletal minion. But you can't increase how many of them you have. You can also have the skill skeletal minion. And you can in fact have skeletons from both skills. But you can only have one of the support gem and it can only be in one of them. But for your skeletons to go up in level, you have to find the next support gem. So if you've got level 1, you need level 2 or higher to upgrade your skeletons. And you have to keep doing this. And it seems rough going, because as I say, these gems are not common. These gems do not seem to be on vendors. These gems do not seem to be common drops. They don't even seem to be common drops from bosses. You're more likely to find hen's teeth rooting around in the bushes. It is not a common thing. And I don't hate that, but I am finding it frustrating that, you know, you've got like level 1 stroke 2 at level 10 this, and, well, I'm getting one-shotted by bosses, and, like, in one particular area, I'm not really spoiling anything, so I won't tell you where it is, there's like exploding fungus cloud things. Well, one of the bosses lives around a ring of fungus cloud things. So, skeletons, by default, will follow you. Well, because this dude teleports, disappears, whatever he does, teleports is a good answer, from side A to side B, you're running around trying to dodge stuff he's throwing at you, because you can now dodge with pressing space. This is a good thing. So your skeletons go from him to you. Now, it's very rare that you are running up behind him at the time he decides to teleport. You're usually the opposite side of the circle and he's coming to you. So, your skeletons run through the middle and gets blown up by the fripping fungus clouds every single time. And it does get a little bit frustrating, I'm not going to lie. Because when they get wiped out by, a fungus fart, which is all it really is, let's put it this way, if I run through it, even though I am not well kitted out in any shape or form, I don't even notice a HP drop. These buggers die from it. You can see where this is going. So my pets become frankly useless in this fight. There is a couple of boss fights that I've done. I say boss fights. It's sometimes not clear if they're boss or just elite or just, pains in the arse, which we have. But let's call them boss fights because, they're story moving and pains in the arse and have minions they summon. So there's 2 in one area you need to kill to move on with the story. She's freaking evil and he's a bugger. I found him marginally easier than her. And that's almost at an atomic level. You need to compare them because there wasn't much in it. Because they both summon each other. But the advantage of her summoning him is that he doesn't add so much, whereas she's freaking evil. Does these huge area of effect casts after slowing you. So now you can't run very fast. And then she casts these super big rings and you just can't get out of them in time, and it one-shots you, frankly, every time. Which is not conducive to calmness, blood pressure, or lack of swearing. In fact, distinctly the opposite. As apparently I hold my breath a lot of the time doing these things. Hang on. Ooh, got the yawn still. So yes, I am enjoying PoE 2. It's very different. It's different in a good way, but it's similar in a good way too. I'm a bit disappointed that now I'm kind of near enough. You can't unlearn skills. You can take the skills gems out, but you can't recast them as something else. You can't do that, which is also a little bit annoying. Maybe you can later, but I don't think so. It seems a kind of permanent type of thing. So then you're having to look for weapons and skill gems, and yeah. Some of the skills are real shit too. There's one wand, for example, that drains mana. Now, mana's not just mana, it is mana because it's used by casters, but it's also called mana. It's a bit like PO1, where you use mana on skills that are melee skills, so it's more energy. I'd be happy if they just called it energy. But yeah, the mana thing, but it doesn't seem to kind of drain the NPCs and stop them doing annoying shit. So from that point of view, kind of pointless, because if it's not going to make any difference, what am I casting it for? Unless you're doing PvP, it's not going to work, right? A lot of the gems and how you upgrade things has changed, so you can now add. You don't recast an entire, say, blue item. You don't get whole new stats on it. You can add a stat to it. You then get to a point where you can't add any more, but you can add a stat to it. Same with yellow ones. You can add a stat to it rather than completely recast it. I think there are some recasting ones as well, but you can just add to it, which is quite nice. So you can kind of max it out a bit, but not lose the stuff that you liked. Of course, if you hated some of it, there's a woman in the first camp you get to where you can sell some shit, and damn, she's annoying. Oh, I've never wanted to slap an NPC so hard. She sells items from her collection, and she'll do things like, "Oh, that's really nice. I like that one." Yeah, fuck off, creep. Yeah, some of the voices and what they say, they can trash talk you as well. Don't get me wrong. In one of the boss mobs, in fact, possibly the first bossy mob you'll come across, maybe the second, depending on which order you get to things. There's a worm with a tail. The tail! Yeah, I know there's a tail and it slaps because I've just lost 98% of my health. I'm kind of but I can't target the tail. I can't really dodge the tail because I can't see it. And so, will you shut up about the tail? It's... But they're kind of fun annoyances, in that sense, in that it's the character. In other things... does rub you up slightly. Apparently lots of people are hating on it. Well, pretty much. I mean, let's face it, most worms you can't tell one end from the other anyway, so it feels a little bit pedantic to say, mind the tail. You know, which end's that? You're going to put a bell on it so I can tell. There is also a zone, I don't know where it is, but there is a zone. If you've ever lived with a cockatiel, you're going to get PTSD because there's a cockatiel in the background. And it's not quite as annoying as actually having one. Because anyone who's had one will know that, frankly, cockatiel sandwich is definitely on the books if you've got one. All you can hear is this bloody cockatiel in the background. There are some other birds, but the cockatiel stands out something chronic. Mainly because, of course, I've lived with one. You might not notice it as a cockatiel if you've never had one. And, by the way, I am so sad and so traumatised by my childhood of my father keeping a couple of... Well, I think we had 3 in total, but we had... 2 girls, 1 boy. Anyway, I can tell the calls apart. I can tell whether it's male or female. God help my soul. My last house, there was a guy who kept cockatiels in an outdoor aviary. He had cockatiels too. So, I have spent far too many years listening to the beep, 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 beep in the background, and it's kind of like, oh, I'm going to kill that damn thing. Mind you, I did get my own back, unwittingly. When I was a kid, I must have been 3rd year. Yeah, it must have been about that. 3rd year secondary school. 2nd or 3rd, anyway. Treeborn mints are a minty bit stronger. Well, Treeborn mints issued a keyring finder. You know the thing where you whistle and your keys go beep, 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 beep. 28 feckin' packs of mints you had to eat. 28 bastard poo-inducing mints. Now, it has to be said, I like mints. I like them slightly less having eaten 28 packs of them, because of course it's only valid for a certain time, etc. And me and my friends all wanted one, so we couldn't eat the 28 packs between the 3 of us. We had to do 28 packs each, and we basically had about a month to do it in. And no, for some reason the idea of just throwing the mints away didn't really occur to us. We felt obliged to eat them, so we did. And one of my friends sneezed the first time she ate a mint every single day, which was kind of funny. Anyway, got keyring finders. Then you discover, having stuck it on your keys, that the school bell, it goes off partly at the frequency to attract your keyring finder. And you get crap from all your teachers because this thing's going off in your bag. So I took it off and left it at home. As you do. Didn't want to get into trouble at school. Guess what? Came home. Bloody bird had found the frequency, hadn't she? She'd go, meep, beep, 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 meep, beep, 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 meep, beep. All day. All damn day. All night. While she was awake, that's all she did. She talked to it because it talked back to her. We got through batteries like you have never seen in that thing. At least it had a replaceable battery, I guess. It was quite sad because it proved how lonely she was, that she would talk to this stupid gadget because it talked back to her. But dear God, did it drive us all mad. I mean, initially it was like, oh, isn't that cute? No. No, it's not cute. Anything but cute. Then we had, the last one we had was one called Digger. And Digger had a joy. Now, like most of us, if you come home to no calls on the answer phone, you're inclined to believe that the phone hasn't particularly been ringing today. Because this is the day of landlines before mobile phones. Until the bird is ringing like a phone. Because it's the noise it heard all day. That's how we worked out how often our phone went off. And got a better answer phone. Bloody bird. My dad rather famously used to tell this story. He was down the garden one day talking to his neighbour. And the neighbour goes, are you going to go and answer the phone? He goes, no, I'm more likely to ring its bloody neck. And the neighbour looked a little bit confused and said, it's the bird, it's not the phone at all. My dad had to put special contraptions on the phone line so we could tell them apart. And it had an external ringer now, so if the external ringer wasn't going, it's not the phone. Because the bird couldn't make two different noises at the same time. So yeah, it wasn't the phone, it was the bloody bird. So, Sadly, all of our cockatiels didn't fare too well. Tutty, the first one, well, both the girl ones did the same. They got to the point where they started laying eggs because they were broody. But obviously no male birdies to do the do meant the eggs didn't hatch. And they'd lay more of them and more of them. I think, like a lot of things, there is... my mother bought me budgies when I first moved out of home, so I had a pet. And the first pet I had, oddly enough, was... Well, I don't mind budgies. I don't mind cheapity, cheap. I can cope with cheapity, cheap. But my mother bought me a budgie called Charlie. And Charlie was a big bugger for a little budgie. I mean, budgies really aren't normally that big. Charlie was butch. Charlie was huge for a budgie. It was almost like his mother and his father were not the same species. He was getting on the size of a cockatiel for a budgie. And he had the attitude of Hannibal Lecter. If you put any flesh anywhere near him, he was eating it. So you could only go anywhere near his cage with gardening gloves on, which meant you couldn't let him out because he'd just attack everybody. So he didn't get to come out of his cage, which was really sad because obviously cages aren't that big. And cleaning it was bloody evil. My mum then decided that maybe he was a bit lonely and needed some friends to talk to, so bought me 2 more budgies. And I called these 2 Holmes and Watson. And Holmes and Watson were effectively a bonded pair. They were not mating, but they were a bonded pair. They were two budgies who had always been together and liked each other, and so it was great. And I went out one day, and I came home, and something had gone really funky in the house. I assume an electric fart or something. And for some reason, the speakers on my PC were at full blast, even though they weren't normally, and were seeing like a hissing noise. It was really painful. Anyway, everyone was okay, budgies and all. Came home next day. Didn't think too much about it because it was next day. Everyone was happy. Sat down, poked about a bit, said hello to the budgies. Actually, no, I didn't. I came in, kind of said hello as I walked past, but didn't really pay any attention. Sat down, poked the computer, got myself a drink, sitting there, and I heard meep, meep. Fuck's that noise? Wandered over, because I couldn't see what either Holmes or Watson. Wandered over. Watson was sitting at the bottom of the cage over Holmes's dead body. I felt so guilty, because maybe he'd already been dead and I didn't notice. I mean, certainly didn't hear him hit the floor or anything, so don't know quite what he died of. He died quite young, which then meant that Holmes was on their own. And I say she, I don't actually know, I don't think I actually remember what genders they were. Not actually. But it was, I felt really sad, because then obviously Holmes lived on her own in one cage and Charlie was on his own in the other cage, because Charlie was so violent and didn't dare mix them. Holmes didn't want to come out the cage, so again, now I had two budgies in small cages with, worrying for their kind of state of mind because they must be bored. And I couldn't exactly let them out and have them fly and enjoy a bit of freedom and have a good investigate of the world around them. So, yeah, I mean, I think one of the biggest problems with things like birds is that an awful lot of people don't realise just how long some of them can live. Budgie usually does 10 years. Parrots, nearer 40. Cockatiels will do 20 plus. You've got to be prepared that this thing truly is like a lifetime partner. And they're not always practical. They're really not. So, yeah, I had fish and mice as a kid. Fish are good until there's a thunderstorm and then one leaps out and hides under and flaps around and gets underneath something and you don't really notice one's missing for some reason. And then you find what you thought was a plastic fish and it wasn't and scream the entire house down. That was me. Mice are good. Just do not mix the genders together. Jesus, God, no. The phrase breed like rabbits. Rabbits got nothing on mice. Mice gestate in 7 days. And within another 7 days, they can start again. So every 2 weeks, you can have a new round of mice. They grow like nothing else on this earth. Because my mother, bless her little freaking socks, bought some mice, went down the pet shop, came back with a couple of mice because I wanted some new mice because mice don't live very long. They only live about 2 years. Mum came back with two new mice, both of them pregnant. We knew this. And then she saved one more from a snake dinner. Turned out it was pregnant too. And the other thing that they don't tell you is baby mice are like fleas. Baby mice. Yeah, we had like 28 mice at one point. And obviously you've got to then sex them. And we got rid of all the little boys. We're not stupid. Kept a few of the girls, but not the boys. Well, it was. And what you fail to understand is, in normal terms, the bars on a mouse cage is probably, say, 0.5 centimetre apart. Not when you have babies. For a baby, that's a super highway. That's like a 10-lane highway. Basically, you need a fish tank. Because those little buggers like fleas. If I tell you that a baby mouse who's probably that big, if that big, can leap 12 inches in the air, They can get out of fucking anything. And and we lost one for a while. My mother did vaguely see it once in her knitting bag, but didn't manage to catch it because they may be little, but they're quick little shits as well. And obviously you're a bit scared to squish it because, well, it's small and delicate. The little baby mice were hysterical because they were literally like little fleas. Boing! Again, cleaning the cage, damn near impossible. I think that was the last time we had mice. I think my dad went, we are not having more of these. We are not doing more of these. I had a hamster as a kid, died of pneumonia. Well, it didn't die of pneumonia, actually. We cured it of pneumonia and it died of something else. Old age, fright, whatever. Other than that, dogs. But as you know, I do dogs. I have dogs. Don't I? I have a little black one who's trying to kick me in the butt at the moment. And a little brown one who's asleep. Actually. Makes change for her. So yeah, having a pet is a good thing because it gives you someone to talk to, gives you a reason to get up, it gives you something to make yourself do things for. So from that point of view, a pet is a really good thing, especially, you know, as someone who suffers from depression and could probably lie in bed all day and do nothing. The fact that I've got a dog who needs to go out in the garden, well, then I have to get out of bed, I have to go downstairs, and, you know, no one's going to do it, it's got to be me. They need feeding, so I've got to do that. You know, there is a sense of it makes you live a life, makes you do something, and it is good for you. Do you mind? Please, Mr. Paws. So with that in mind, I definitely am happy for having dogs. I like having my dogs. Oops. So from that point of view, I'm pleased. Less pleased at stupid o'clock in the morning if you have to wander downstairs and you discover a wet patch. That's not so pleasing. They don't tend to do that unless the weather's been horrendous. Because can't go out and pee in the rain, you know. And we had a pretty bad storm over the last few days. So over the weekend was, for the first time in a really long time, a red weather warning here in the UK. And we did not want to do that. We were very not in that case. So there was a wet patch on my carpet. But, yeah, I definitely think I'd probably be far more depressed if I didn't have my dogs. If I lived here in my house on my own without any dogs. Mind you, I'd also probably be slightly less irritable because I could lie on the couch and have a nap and not have dog claws in the face when, you know, an ant farts in Nova Scotia. I wouldn't have to leave the back door open and let the hot air out so that they can get out and in. I wouldn't kick the dog bowl of water over my foot every frickin' time because there'd be no dog bowl of water. And I'd be able to sleep in my whole bed and actually enjoy my bed rather than clinging onto the edges with my butt cheeks. Because we like lying in the bit that I'm lying in. And they snug up while you're asleep, and snug up, and snug up. And if you move slightly, well, they snug up till you fall out of bed. I've done that a few times. As I say, I do love them. I'd love them more if I had my bed to myself though, or at least enough of my bed to sleep in. I think my sleep quality would certainly go up. But yeah, having birds never really hugely appealed to me if you can't let them out. Definitely think birds are the kind of pet. All pets need an element of freedom. And if you can't let your pet out, then is it really fair? And the answer to me seems, unless you can keep it in a huge aviary where they can fly around quite a bit. And I'm not talking 2 flaps to get to the other end. I'm talking proper, you know, kind of field size aviary. It just seems that would be a bit cruel. It's a bit like, you know, locking. I mean, we don't even do that to our prisoners. We don't put them in a 6x8 pen and then sort of go, right, that's it for the next 25 years. See you later. We at least let them out and into a courtyard for a bit. And let's face it, for what some of them have done, they don't deserve any form of rights whatsoever. So, with that in mind, you know, why does that look like a lump? There we go. You are not doing this again. You've had food today. You have. So, 1, 2, 3, 5. I'm getting yawned again. Attack of the killer yawns, Rory. Am I in your way on the couch? I can hear the yes. My couch. The couch and I were here before you. This is my couch. If I wish to stick my fat butt on it, I will. Can you stop headbutting my cushion? Isn't it bad enough that it moves under its own right without you headbutting it? Oh, get off then. Go on, off. Come on, move. I'll get grumpy and come back on again in a minute. Hey, Zukin, I made, where is it? It's in my pot. It's in here somewhere. It's a triangle. It's a square. There it is. I did a different kind of lace. So this is called torchon lace. And it comes from, you know, torchon beam twist, right? But it is the kind of normal place that most lace, it is one of the most common lace styles you will see, certainly at least in the handmade recent stuff. This is called Buck's Point, and it comes from England. It's the English style of lace making, and to the untrained eye, it's the same kind of shit with what's called a gimp thread, which is a fat thread that you use to outline certain things. And you can do that with this. And I think if, you know, you may recall I actually mentioned whether I should do a gimp thread down the sides of the cloth stitch to make it stand out a bit more or not. And I went with not because, well, not is a thing. And now, some of the distinctive points of Buck's Point are these well, mine look really shit, which I'll zoom in a minute. Things called picots, and most of my picots look pretty pants, to be honest. So if you look down the bottom, these ones aren't so bad. This is more what it should look like. This is what it shouldn't look like. It just looks like really, really bad kind of pinholes to me. But if I zoom out a little bit so you can see the whole thing. There you go. Some of the key points of this is it's quite stretchy, at least in one direction. And it's done. This whole ground stitch, unlike this, where I do make a very square based mess, this, as you notice, is a little bit more round, right? And part of the reasoning for round is when you do ground stitch here with all these little dots, you do half a stitch, put a pin in, and a half stitch, so you secure round the pin. With this, you don't. You do cross twist, which is half stitch, and then twist 2 more times for the sheer fuck of it all. But you never cover the pin so it can move, which is why these holes are much less uniform, because, well, they can move. And it gives it a little bit more of a natural look to it, in my mind. Slightly less mathematical and a bit more natural. This is done on a 90-degree grid. This is done on a 60-degree grid. So again, that alters how some of it looks. Although you can do that on this grid, perfectly allowed. But obviously it does change how it looks. I really enjoyed making this bookmark. It's tiny though. I mean, a bookmark that's literally the size of 2 of my fingers is a bit small. And the video that it was a bought pattern, and it came with a video. And in the video, her one is the width of her hand. Well, it's a bit of a difference, as you can see. And so, where she's got, like, you know, enough room to wield a small family vehicle between her pins, I did not. And I couldn't really see what the fuck I was doing. Because by the time you added a gimp thread and, like, 4 other threads, what pinhole? The pinhole was, like, 3 foot behind and you couldn't find it. So, it was a little bit of a challenge. But I really, really enjoyed making it, to the point my brain wants to do net curtain number 2 in one piece using this stuff. And I have a number of other bookmarks that I will be making before we get anywhere near making net curtains from it. But I did really enjoy doing that, and I do like how it looks for some reason. I like the roundy, swirly bits for some reason. Fuck picots. I don't like picots anyway. It looks like bad pinholes. If you think of how this looks along the edge, if you think of how this looks along the edge, it's got a beautifully flat edge, right? And it looks smart. This, well, other than it looks like the dog's chewed on it for a while and actually looks like it's been around since 1600, because it looks a little worn and weathered at the edges. The picos to me look like pinholes that went wrong. And I don't like that look. I don't like that look at all, to be honest. So I need to have a go at some without the picos, because, as I say, hate picos. Fuck the picos. So with that in mind, do want to have another go at doing this. See what happens when you don't do picos. Because it might be you end up with picos anyway. So, because that is where the pin goes after all. But I do like my little bookmark. I am very pleased with it. Something, where I feel happy about something I've done. Usually I'm looking at all the mistakes. Now, there are plenty of mistakes. Basically every single one of the picos, for starters. But there is another bit. There's a bit where a pin got latched on a thread and made a swirly bit. So you can't really see it. But if I fold it just right, you can see that there's a sticky out bit there. Yeah, it's because the thread's loose. But overall, it worked up fairly quickly, considering. And I definitely want to do more of them. So I have on order a few things. I have already got a few things. I have a book of bookmarks. Look, selection of bookmarks. I know it's on a shiny cover. Actually, I can do something about the shiny cover. Hang on. There we go. I can remove the shiny cover. So I've got a number of... Hang on, let me zoom out a bit so you can see better. Hang on. So I've got a number of shiny bookmarks. Some of them are better than others. Some of them I don't like at all. Some of them, So there's ones with moths. I don't know if it's supposed to be moths, but they look like moths. Let me see if I can find you the closer up picture of that one. And you'll see what I mean. Hang on. The problem is that are they supposed to be paw prints? Oh, yeah. So I just realised one of them's got paw prints on it. Finding them is easier said than done. Because they're not always in the order you think they are. And because they're preceded by a blue page, it's harder to... The blue page sticks to the page with the picture on. Let's see if I can find it. That one's ugly. I hate that one. There you go. So if you look, they look a little bit like moths. I mean, it looks really dark on that screen, but it's like little moths. All I can see is moths. I don't suppose that... I'm pretty sure they're not supposed to be moths, but they look like moths. So there's quite a variety of things to do, and because this is done very differently to this, I did worry when I tried it that when I came back to this I'd stuff all of this up, but for some reason my brain found it really easy to go, this is type A, this is type B, and not what... I mean, the only thing that is quite interesting is these little squirrelies are exactly done in exactly the same way these rose ground squares are, without the kind of funky bits to make the square corners. So it is very similar in a way. But like lots of things, it's the same but it's completely different. But I want to make this but bigger, so there's more of the ground stitch between the two, the swirlies and the eyes, because the eyes have literally got holes in the middle. So if I do that, you can see it's got a hole in the middle. It's not dark, it's actually got a hole in the middle. So I want to do a bit more of that. I want to play with that, and I will do between the squares, I think. I will give me some more of that to do, because I really did like it. There is part of me going, right, screw the whole setup I've got for my lace pillow, for my neck curtain, let's start again. No, Liz, don't do that. You've already done like a couple of 100 hours of this. Let's not. Ads are about to run. Why not? What did you do? I wanted to cushion. Yay! Sorry, I was just having a bit of a rearrange. Because the dog had been in the way, I hadn't put down my usual streaming to sit on cushion. Because I sit at a slight angle, I sit more across the, I don't know, the gap between the two cushions on my sofa. So it's kind of a bit more uncomfortable, so I've got a cushion thing. It's designed for an outside chair, to be honest, but I got a big foam cushion thing that I sit on that kind of evens it all out. Helps with the cushioning of the butt. Because despite being overweight and fat, butt bones are always too close to the surface. And bits of the edge of the couch and my buttocks bone is too close together, and it gets uncomfortable. So now I've got my cushion to sit on. We should be good for a bit. So yes, I really enjoyed doing that. There's there are quite a few British styles of lace, and I don't know whether it's just because I'm in England, I hear more about those than any others. But there's one called Bedfordshire lace. Bedfordshire lace is really into flowers. So is Bucks to an extent, but it's really into flowers and little plaits between everything. So you get like these little hard kind of plaited lines. Then there's Honiton, which again seems frigging fascinated with flowers. They're all fascinated with flowers, to be honest. But flowers. And that's usually really tiny shit. I'm talking like tiny, impossibly tiny shit. You would never make a net curtain from it. It is more for small decorations. You don't really see big things. And when I mean big, I'm talking even things like the size of a coaster done in them. Of course, like everything, And as I keep pointing out, because I had a bit of a run-in with a lady on Facebook. Nothing serious, but I posted asking if anyone knew any Bucks Point bookmarks, because I was looking at that one. I'd seen the video and it looked a little bit, well, because she's working on one of the sides of her hand, it looked a little bit kind of weird. Anyway, this woman kind of went, well, you do know it's not this. Well, yeah, that's why I said it's called that. I mean, I kind of, I wrote the name of it. It's a bit like, does anyone know if Harry Potter's available in Latin? Says Liz. Well, it's not English, you know. No, no, it's in Latin. That's why I asked. Maybe there's a reason I wanted it in Latin. You know. Anyway, she had a go, and she kind of banged on about it, and then she accused me of being fixated with torchon. Well, other than I'm making this in torchon, I'd never mentioned it. And it was kind of like, are you just picking a fight? Because, I've asked for this because I want to have a go. I want to try it. I want to see the difference. I want to appreciate the differences. I want to have a go. I'm very aware that it's not the same shit, because that's why it's got a different name, I'm not sure why you think I'm fixated on this, but I'm not. Yes, I'm making a net curtain in that, but I want to try this. And she just got moodier and moodier. Then someone else posted with, well, I was going to post on this, but having seen these, I don't want to now. Well, I'm the one that got attacked on this. If you had something nice to say, feel free. But if you're going to accuse me of shit that's not true, then, well, I'm allowed to defend myself a bit, But, very interestingly, she's been very quiet since I posted my successful bookmark and pointed out that I realised all the picos were shit, but, for the most part, very happy with it. I've had like nearly 200 people go, wow, that's really pretty, well done, and all the rest of it. She's been surprisingly quiet. Miss, you're fascinated and fixated with torchon has not had a word to say on my venture into Bucks Point lace. And so, yeah, funny that. The phrase, there's an out so queer as folk, is always very true. Especially people on the internet. People on the internet who do not have to see or hear the repercussions of their choices. Seem to feel that belittling and bullying other people because they can is their right. No, it's not. Your right is to walk away and not take part in the conversation. So yeah, I got a bit annoyed. I at the time I was a bit upset because she was accusing me of things, and it's like, but where did you get that idea from? Nearly everyone starts lace making by making torchon, right? So it's not wrong to want to try and look at other lace making styles, for there are many. To be honest, some of them are very similar. I honestly could not tell you them apart, and I've got books on it. So, for example, there is Milanese, Russian, and somebody else all do literally the same shit. It's just got a different name, right? I have not spotted a single difference between the two. There is French Bruges and Chantilly, because everyone's heard of Chantilly lace, but not usually for the right reason, but everyone's heard of Chantilly lace, if nothing else because of the song. But there are lots of lace styles around the world, and many of them have similarities it's the same with almost every Asian style of cuisine has some similar kinds of things. They just call it something different depending on where they're from. And to be honest, we all have a bit of that. I mean, Christ, you know, England and America are two countries divided by the same language. Because I do not wear pants in the sense of American pants. I wear trousers. Then I wear pants under my trousers. You don't call them that. And so, you know, it is that kind of thing, is that, you know, this lot call it that lot call it something else, but it's exactly the same stuff, really. And it's all made out of crosses and twists. Some of them you do twist then cross, some of them you do cross then twist, but it works out the same. No, you make skinny Actually, that's not true. You chip potatoes. And chips are fatter than fries. Fries are the skinny little kind of crunchy things. Chips have crunchy outsides and soft middles. They're more like thin rectangular roast potatoes. It's what really does confuse me is the fact that you call your crisps chips. That one does get me. But there are some great jokes at your expenses, like eyeglasses. Where the fuck else were you putting them? Why did you have to call them eyeglasses? What's wrong with calling them glasses, like we do? Because, you know, they only go on one part of your anatomy. And horseback riding. Yes, you can ride other stuff, but riding applies. You know, there are a few things that we love to take the mick out of you for, to be fair. But then we do other strange things compared to you. So, for example, in nearly every British kitchen that does not have a utility room, you will find the washing machine in the kitchen. It never struck me as odd until someone pointed out that's not what you lot do. But then, of course, you've also got to remember, as a whole, your houses are much more about storage than ours. British houses do not come with storage, as a whole. They might have a few cupboards in the kitchen, but that'll be it. Everywhere else, zero cupboard, right? More commonly now, more modern houses have a built-in wardrobe, but that's kind of like the last 20 years. Before then, maybe, and 30 years before, no. Right? It's you know, it's English houses did not have en-suites. English houses did not have cupboards. They do not have walk-in closets, for Christ's sake. Why do you call it a closet? You know, we do not have walk-in cupboards. We might have a walk-in pantry if your house is old enough, but that'll be it, right? We don't have cupboards. We don't have walk-in cupboards. We do not have kind of like an entire bedroom dedicated to be a cupboard, right? Because our houses are too small. We do not have that kind of space for it. Even in modern ones, we don't really have that kind of space for it. So to me, you know, having grown up with the washing machine was in the kitchen, really never struck me as odd. I mean, in my grand's house, where was the washing machine? She didn't have a washing machine. She washed everything by hand. And I know that when we moved to London, we washed everything by hand. When we got a washing machine, it went under the table by the back door so it could go into the... Sorry, the washing machine went in the pantry and took up half the pantry. And the fridge went under the thing because you only really needed a plug socket for it. So I'm having to dig back like 40 years of life. But anyway you went, the washing machine was in the kitchen. And it really never struck me as odd because, well, you'd previously done the washing in the sink. So, where else were you going to do it, right? I mean, now I've got a utility room, and I did at my old house as well. Having them in the utility room so that the dryer, and when it goes on spin and stuff, it's a lot quieter, is really nice. Rory, my man, looking insanely cute is not the solution. And what have I said to you, miss, about leaping and mauling? We had words with that earlier today when you dug your claw through my leg and ripped my trousers. Yes. Well, and that is also, if you think about it again, if you think, you know, before the invention of a washing machine, you washed in the sink. Mind you, babies in the sink as well, but never mind. So it made it you know, from, you know, staff downstairs, you know, even in big posh houses, you know, the washing was done in the sink. You didn't have a washroom even in big houses. And so to have your washing machine that's taking over that job live in the kitchen kind of makes some sense, right? Because, well, yeah, that's where everyone's used to doing it. Maybe you've got the table to lay things out and the ironing board and the iron are kept in the kitchen and, you know, in a corner somewhere in a cupboard. And all of that kind of stuff, it makes some sense. Now, obviously, as we've grown away from those times, arguably it could be anywhere. It could be in the garage, it could be, you know, in a little hut at the bottom of the garden for all that mattered. But obviously, you know, you don't go around rebuilding houses, usually, just because people now have changed. I know that when we sold my dad's house, and my dad's house was built in the late 1800s, and some of the feedback I got from one potential buyer for it, when we sold it, was, but there's not an ensuite in every room. Honey, in 1800, no one had an ensuite. You'd be freaking grateful you had a bathroom. You know, back in 1800, they had a bath like once a month. Come on. They did not have ensuites in every room. And to be honest, it didn't really have a way of adding ensuites. Not without taking out a huge chunk of space and making every room tiny. Because it had fireplaces in as well. So, where, you know, there was almost nowhere you could have put an ensuite bathroom without it interfering with either window or a fireplace in the two bigger rooms. There was one tiny bedroom that, frankly, by the time you put a single bed in it, you couldn't have put a shower in the corner, let alone put walls around it. I mean, there was a water pipe in the corner. You could have done that from a logistics perspective. That was great because there was a water pipe in the corner. But only because it went down to the kitchen. But it was not a done thing. There was a family bathroom, and family bathrooms were normal until really recently. So to complain that your period property has no ensuite bathrooms was a stupid comment. Fortunately, they did not buy it. Because I dread to think what they'd have done to it. The guy who was originally going to buy it I don't think was overly impressed. He wanted to knock a great chunk off the price. He didn't like this, he didn't like that. He had whined and moaned about the whole thing, and it was almost like, if you hate it that much, why are you trying to buy it? Right? And when it came down to it, as the, kind of contracts were about to go through, oh, I can't afford that much. Can you knock 40 grand off? No! No, I'm not giving you 40 grand. Piss off. No. The house didn't sell for anything like what it should have done, which was really disappointing. A house round the corner that looked like a 60s knock-up was going for 100 and something grand more. And it had a smaller garden, it was not in good nick, and yet it was with the same estate agents. But for some reason, they said my dad's house was only worth what I got for it. And it sold fairly quickly, but I'd rather have kept it and sold it for more. But yeah, I was a little disappointed with how much it sold for. Mainly because, of course, at one point it'd been worth nearly £1 million. Not anymore. But it did mean I could buy this, which was good for me, because it did me the world of good to move here. But I could have had a nice healthy chunk of cash in my bank account. Maybe even early retirement. I could have been looking at retiring this year, sort of thing, not potentially till I'm 69. So yeah. But at least the couple who bought it had always admired houses in the area and liked it for how it was. Vaguely looked on Google Maps at it, and they haven't painted it pink or anything hideous, so it's always a good start. They took away the beautiful wooden gates. Those were really nice gates. They were proper mahogany gates. They were worth a fortune. But they did need some work doing to them. Nothing major. It was, kind of a bit of a scrub down, and a lick of varnish would have been enough. But they obviously didn't want to, so they took them down. Don't get me wrong, my dad had slightly odd tastes of paint in his later years. Seems to be an in thing, because when Trev's parents' house needed to go on the market, that was one of the first things that had to happen to that, because it looked like someone had kind of gone mad in a kid's paint factory. They painted every single room in a different frigging colour. My dad had kind of done the same. And they weren't subtle colours either. They were kind of real in-your-face shit. I mean, it didn't look that out of place. The kitchen did a bit, but I think he painted the kitchen turquoise for some reason. Which looked a bit odd with the kitchen that... Because my dad made his own kitchen, so his kitchen was made out of decent chunks of wood. But wood and some colours do not go as well together as other colours do, and turquoise was not good. Not a good look. kind of weird actually in a way, thinking that my dad's house and this house cost almost the same amount, and this house is a shadow of what my dad's house was in a lot of ways, because my dad's house was in London. I'm in the arse end of nowhere. But, and it's not because I'm in an arse end of nowhere, I'm too near the edge of somewhere for that. But room-wise, I guess this is the same size as the old sitting room. My dad had then an extension put on about the same size, so his sitting room was twice as big. He then had a dining room about the same size, which kind of meets up with the one behind me, which is a bit smaller, but it's actually a fair bit smaller, but but it's close enough. Kitchen here is technically bigger than my dad's kitchen, I guess. But then I don't have a cloakroom. Other than that, kind of works out. He had a pantry. I've got a utility room. Again, kind of works out. Upstairs, I've got 3 big bedrooms, 1 small one. He had 2 big bedrooms, 1 small one. But his big bedrooms are way bigger. Yeah, I mean, I've got a double garage. He had a little garage, but then he had 100 and something foot garden. My garden, if I sneeze too hard, it lands on the back fence. So it is wide, but it's not long. My dad's garden was maybe not quite as wide as this, but close. And then it was 100 foot long. So his garden was huge. And again, being on the edge of London, having such a big piece of garden, you know, normally would have made it worth a fortune, but for some reason at the time of sale, didn't count. Mind you, a friend of mine, he needed to sell his mother-in-law's house around the same time. In fact, they were both on the market with the same people. And he had exactly the same problem in that that house was valued at shit all of nothing, which seemed slightly odd considering it was a bungalow, and bungalows in the UK for some reason are really expensive. And there's definitely something funny going on, but can't pick anything up because I've got no fingernails on these 2 fingers. I can't pick anything up. I can't grab anything easily. For some reason, I've got like 2 fingernails left. Not that I'm particularly into nails, but I've got my middle finger on this hand and my thumb on this hand. What seems to happen is I go in like this and just bang my fingers on everything. Hence I break all my nails. Because I go smack! And then of course they chip in half and rip halfway up to my elbow. Which of course is what happened to my right hand thumb. Which of course doesn't hurt anymore, which is a blessing. But it still has no nail on it. In bits that were designed for having nails on it. So I've still got anti-nail and fat thumb sticking out the end. need to make you sure. So my brain's just had an idea. Now it needs to know an answer to a question. You know how brains can be. Hmm.
person was getting confused.
No, I didn't ask you to play anything.
The tension in.
Thank you. I hate it when you open an app and it starts doing things and you never said to that. I accidentally clicked on the wrong thing, more to the point as well. I'm really good at that. Really good at clicking on things that I didn't mean. Well, basically, yeah. Well, that's one of the things that I do find annoying is that, for example, let's say I put my phone on mute, but I then open, say, YouTube, and it's, you know, it was on a short or it was on a video last time. It will start playing that and making noise. What part of mute did you not understand? I meant mute, not just mute, you know, a couple of alerts here and there. I meant mute it, you know. I was just looking something up. I was thinking about my bookmark and the size of thread that I used, which arguably was a little big. I know it's not big, but it was arguably a little big. With paint. No, that's not the thing I wanted. It's around here somewhere. It's two next to each other. That's not it. That's got prices in it. Could have sworn that was it. There it is. Okay. Maybe I'm not wrong then. It's right, I've ordered some slightly thinner thread. And I was just having an existential crisis slightly of, did I really order the right shit or not? Because of course, it's much like... lace making thread is exactly like women's clothing. In the size... insert number here, is not a universal size. So you can be a 12 in here, an 8 there, a 6 there, and a 26 over there. And so it's quite easy not to be sure. Whereas with weaving, they go, you should use 42 cotton. It's 40/2 cotton. And that's it. There is no choice. That is an exact measurement. And... I was just checking that the thread I'd ordered was actually skinnier, but not, like, you know, invisible, you know. Because this is the scary thing, right? I used 40/2 cotton, funnily enough. That's why I was thinking of 42, for this. I got, as a freebie, from ordering from someone, this. It's kind of bronze coloured thread. It's got a shiny thing on it. But if you look at this thread here on my finger, I'm going to have to zoom in for you, right? Look at the tininess of this thread. Now compare it to this. And you get one strand of the tail. Right? If I get my bookmark and do you a strand, okay, that's, you can't see it, there you go, that's that size. And if I put this next to it, as you can see, well, you can't because I keep sliding off the screen, it is a lot thinner. According to the spool, I read it somewhere, this is 150/2. Now, when I say 150 does not mean it's, say, 3 and a bit. Well, yeah. That's why you have big chunky bobbins, dear. That's why you deal with bobbins, so that they fit in your hand without making your hands hurt. But the 150/2 shit is like human hair. It really is. I'm not quite sure what the fuck I'm supposed to do with it, actually. But it is kind of one of those weird things, is that now, if I say 40/2, the story goes, and it's the same story I tell to everyone who in the weaving things who says, what does that mean? What it means is that somewhere in life, a weaver sat down and was given a pound/a kilo of a given fibre, and that they spun the one. The one was deemed the one. They took a kilo/a pound, depending on whether it's metric or not, and they spun a length. This was deemed to be the one. H2 cotton, which is one of the most common ones, means that for the same weight, it is 8 times as long as the one. Now, we may remember from maths that the volume of a cylinder is something like 4 pi r squared, right? I could be wrong. Something like that, anyway. As a result, 16/2 cotton is not half the size of 8/2 cotton, because it's just not. It's a bit like if you have a 2x2 cube, you actually fit 8 1x1 cubes in your 2x2 cube. It's not a direct correlation. And therefore, 150 means that A, it was 150 times longer than the one, but it's not necessarily, it's close, but it is not necessarily 3 and a bit times thinner than my 42 cotton, which is already shit I would never use for weaving, by the way. There are many weavers who do weaving in stuff this small, and I envy them. In a lot of ways I do. It's like having more pixels per screen. I can envy that. But my brain just takes a look at it and goes, not for you. No. No, you, my love, will not be doing that. For my sanity, would not take it. And it knows that. So it protects me and says no. And, you know, again, you've got to measure 800 billion bits of thread and then thread 800 billion bits of thread. And yeah, let's not. I mean, it would look great. I know it would. And the funny farm would come and get me halfway through it. It's not a thing. And I do think with lace making, to an extent, the size of the thread is slightly less daunting, because you wind a chunk around your bobbin. I've got a winder after all. And then you do your crossy twisty, crossy twisty, crossy twisty. The only thing that really can be a problem, and we found that with making my little mini bookmark here, was that if you actually look where, you know, if I use my torchon ground as an example, if I put a pin in and find a hole, there's one, right? The next hole that truly lines up is there. And another one. Actually, this row isn't so bad. This row I can do this. Another one there. Right, but if I carefully lift this off, as I can, you'll naturally notice that it's actually a lot closer than I thought it might be, you know. It's a lot closer than I thought. It's because it is on a 60-degree grid, so it's not too surprising. But in terms of size, it comes out quite different. And with thinner thread, it would look more lacy, for want of a better word, more net curtainy, to be accurate. That's right. My brain freaked out because you have no idea what's going on in my ear. Prince started singing in my ear, and he's singing Kiss, which of course starts all squeaky. My brain just kind of went, I'm sorry, what's going on in my ear? So yeah, the grid is actually not that different, which is quite surprising, as I say. But I have ordered me some much thinner thread. I've actually just put it away, which is really annoying. I did have some thread that I intended to use for it. Well, I've got a tube of thread that I intend to use for it. But this really is supposed to be done with much finer thread than this, which is kind of weird. But I like how that's turned out. So, and I've got a couple of cones of this stuff so I can have a play. The problem is you can't play quickly. You can't have a rough mock-up of anything. Because, well, you need to pair all your bobbins, you got to do all of that, you got to prick it, you got to draw it, you got to draw it, prick it. If it's one you're going to remake, you want to laminate it, you know, it's not a quick setup process. And then, of course, it takes quite a while to do it. So, you know, a quick mock-up, you know, for a small bit is like a week. That's kind of not really quick in my mind. But I definitely want to... What did help a little with the bookmark was that I didn't do it purely on stream. I mean, I did quite a bit of it on stream, but I would do some of it off stream. And obviously that means that I can kind of be watching a film and put the pillow somewhere else and, you know, don't have to be under this light with this camera, and I can be kind of, let's say, a bit more comfortable. And that can be conducive to doing some stuff. It's also conducive to more swearing because, well, I can tell you now, that's certainly part of the process. It's me, of course it's part of the process. If I didn't swear, it wouldn't be me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This was not one of Prince's better records, in my humble opinion. I've got to the screaming stage now. Well, it is. And I, to be honest, I think it's like driving. If you can do computing, driving, or crafting of any form without swearing, what the hell's wrong with you? Oh, Kyrie Eleison, I haven't heard this for a while. It's kind of weird when you hear, you know, you get these people and they just don't. And you're kind of going, So when it all goes really Pete Tong, when it all kind of like, I know, when the dog knocks this off and he threatening shits on it or something, right? You're telling me that Oh Bother covers that? No. It distinctly does not cover that. Far from. It's just not normal. It shouldn't be normal. I appreciate that swearing is not essential. To be honest, even when it... Yeah, it would. But, you know, if you drive and you get cut up by some bozo, or they turn left from the right-hand lane or whatever, and, do some really dumb shit. If you've driven pretty much at any other time when human beings have been on the road, you almost certainly will have come across someone who deserves every inch of swearing. I was on my first driving lesson when I first swore at a learner. And my driving instructor found it... Well, technically it wasn't my first... Well, it was my first driving lesson. It was not my first time driving. He didn't know that. I'm going round this road. Now, it's quite a big road. It's kind of like a ring road thing. Technically it's not, but it's kind of like one. So, for want of a better description, it's kind of like a ring road. And it's a big, wide road. And it goes down back end of Ruislip. And it's quite straight, but there's a couple of roundabouts in the middle. And they're quite far apart, don't get me wrong. But you kind of go from one where the woods is at one end. You travel along. You then go over another big roundabout, and then you go down the other far side of this. So it's quite a wide estate. It's probably a mile or so from each, maybe longer from one end to the other. And there's a roundabout in the middle. Anyway, coming up to the second, so I've gone around the roundabout near the woods. Turned left to go around this bit of ring road, because that's where the road goes. It comes down, roundabout, turns, roundabout. Goes further this way, goes a bit wiggly, and then comes back round up the top, and you can go round and round and round. Anyway, so I've gone to the wood one. I've turned left, so actually it's the other way around, but I come left, turn left. Got here, going past King's College playing fields, and there was a car parked at the side of the road. I know he thought it was parked as well, because he really did. It was only as I went to go round it, it technically was moving. I mean, ants were overtaking it. Worms and snails were lapping it by the minute, right? But it was moving, and I went, "Fucking Lana!" And he went, "And you are?" And I went, "Moving!" And he kind of, yeah, you have a point there. Because he really thought it had been a stationary vehicle until we were overtaking it and realised that technically it actually was moving. It was horrendous. I also had to do an emergency stop before they'd defined what an emergency stop was. I, of course, was successful because I'm just so good at that. Unfortunately, he soon learnt that my level of autism, although obviously not diagnosed at this point, was on show. Width restrictions are width restrictions, not speed restrictions. That's what speed bumps are for. Yeah, I didn't need to slow down to go through the width restriction because, well, the car will fit, right? So as long as I miss it by half an inch my side, it'll go through yours. I don't even have to slow down. I do think my personal record, now I will be careful, my personal record was somewhat excess of the speed limit for the area. That's all I can say on that one. Like about 3 and a bit times the speed limit. it became a challenge. How fast could I go through the speed restrictions before I totaled it? I never did. And I've never slowed down for width restrictions, even when I had a wide car, because I know they fit. Because it's only there to stop vans. So, even, the only time I might slow down a bit is when they're bent, because someone's already hit them, and maybe they don't fit quite so well now. Yeah. That's one of the things I do like about this road. This road's got a speed bump in it. And the number of delivery vans who come in, ignore the speed bump, and you hear crunch! And you go, oh, there's a van coming. Especially in the summer when you got the windows open, all you hear is crunch. Oh, it'll be a van then. Because, of course, everyone who lives here or visits here knows there's a speed bump. And it's not that it's not signposted, it's not that it's not visible. It's all clearly marked and everything. But some of them seem to try and break the land speed record over it. I swear I'm going to go out and find somebody's kind of axle on the ground. Worst thing is technically if the road needs repair, that's my problem. Because I own it. It's my road. It's a private road. I actually own the road. Pretty sure if I asked the others if they wanted to put a gate up to block something, they'd probably agree. That'd be quite funny. Because we have someone who uses the road who technically shouldn't. And if anyone's going to destroy the road, it's that farming equipment. So, ads, by the way, in a minute. Get in there, people. Get in there. Ow! Found the sharp end I want. I mean, this is what I have to put up with. It's in my thumb. temporary stick. Right. Let's take some pins out because we love taking pins out. And it's a big chunk of pins too. This is when you discover you've fucked it up bad. Well, you may recall I spotted one where I hadn't done half of one of them. So there's always the thought. But let's face it, I'm not going back that far, so the worst that can happen is I'll have to do another square. That is the only other choice. Ooh, some Fleetwood Mac. One of my core skills is the ability to recognise 8-ears music really easily. Now I look pretty good. Fuck. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Look, look, look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Bah! Oh, nothing I'm doing about it now. That was the one I possibly did half of one of, but I'm sure I fixed that. I did fix that. Assholes. Ass. Nope, there's nothing I'm doing about it now. So there's no way I'm going back that far now. I mean, I would be able to get at it by undoing... No, I can't, because I've done this bit. Let's think about that. Could I? No, I don't think I could. No, don't think I could. Not without having to undo this bit. Then I can undo that bit and this bit and then get to that bit. No is the short answer. But boy am I mad. Oh, that's so annoying. Grr. Grr. See, this is the problem. You take the pins out and you're all proud of yourself and then you spot the screw-ups. Oh, well. Oh, grr. 2, 3, 4, 5. Grr, grr, grr. Ooh. You may have noticed I've got new sticks. Instead of the little blue knitting needly ones, I'm using these big fat woodeny ones, which are really nice. But apparently don't stop me screwing it up, so. This sounds like Jean-Michel Jarre. Didn't expect to hear this. I know. It's got a very similar beginning to one of the Oxygen ones. I would have sworn this was Oxygen. I said this was Oxygen Part 3. Oh no, now it's not. Obviously just not used to hearing the beginning of this. Decided I don't like it then. Hang on, I need to click next. Yeah, I'll do. 3. I need a couple of you, don't I? I need one of you. Is it 2? You're out. Yep, you're out, so it's just the one. Believe me, you have no idea how lucky you are. I am sparing you from my singing. I can sing. Or rather, I could sing. I think that's more accurate. I used to be able to sing. I used to do solos at weddings and all sorts. So it's not the tune that's the problem. It's the pitch, which I struggle from. And the fact that I'm not a pop singer. What day is it? It's the 10th. So I was just having a thought. Because as I do, I'm kind of thinking of making a bookmark for someone's Christmas present. Yeah, I know it's a bit late to be thinking, hey, it's only the 10th of December, let's start making shit for Christmas. Yeah, only I would do that starting now. If I get to the end of this triangle and started it, that'll be easy enough. Could have it done by next week. you to stay a bit more out of the way. There's not really a lot of room because you're all a bit short. You can stay over there. You can tuck underneath, maybe. There we go. That looks wrong. Already got one big faux pas, I don't need another. See, you were already out of it. 2, 3, 4. You see, there should not be 4 here. Oh no, I've added one. I did add one. It just didn't look like I'd added one. Okay. Have I gone the wrong hole now? I think I have. No, that's the right hole. I need to get me some more Coke though. Should have started with a full glass. That would have been sensible. That's the other thing, that when I'm doing it off camera, I can sing along with the music, or I can watch a film, or I can and the only ones who have to suffer my singing are the dogs, so I swear this gets longer and longer. Every time I lengthen the other one, it gets longer just to be longer than its friend. Oh, dog, don't grumble. This is my cushion. Needless to say, guess who's hogging most of my streaming sitting cushion? I am going to finish this triangle today if it kills me. Death may ensue. But then I can do bookmark. So it's in my interest because then tomorrow I can set up everything for a bookmark. I will have to do it the hard way, I think, which is tracing paper it off the original. Then poke the holes and spot and then poke them and it depends. What I might try and do is I will print one out. I'll stick it in lace 8, try and print it out. If it's close enough to the same size, and I mean, you know, it can be a little bit out. It's not really going to kill anybody. If it's close enough, then I can print it out onto paper and laminate it really quickly. I say really quickly because it takes friggin' ages to put it in, but at least I can then print them out again and again and again until I'm happy with them. Because I don't really want to use the pieces of paper in my book. And if you do the tracing paper thing where you put the tracing paper on it and you poke holes in it and then you have to put the spots on and draw on it, and it just looks messy. Well, as proved by my bookmark. This one. I mean, look at the state of this. You can possibly see it's looking very second-hand. All the pinholes that have worn. That's partly because this isn't laminated, mine. But, well, I didn't know whether I'd enjoy it, so I wasn't going to go full hog on it, was I? But that was me doing the... I actually poked through the paper pattern that I got with the course. Kind of regret doing that now. Should have done it properly. And done the tracing paper thing, but for some reason it just didn't even come into my brain cells. I'm not convinced that you're not. Let's check that you are. No, that is right. That's okay. Need you in a minute, so. Yeah. Definitely might have to go and get some more Coke. Oops. Two, 3, 4, 5. See, I kept track. We can stick you together. A bit of walk of life. I must admit, I don't remember it being Dire Straits when I was a kid, but I like it, so. I probably didn't pay any attention who it was. It's more likely. screwed that up. Take the pin out, idiot. Pokey thing. We'll be back for some of you. Actually, what we will do is we'll bring you round here and unpick you from there and bring you and pick everybody out of all the pins, because that's what you do best. Because we're going to pick out I just picked you out of there. It's amazing how they can loop round things. There's a picky pin. Here, it's twisted round the pin. Right, like that. And we're going to leave 3 layers. So we're going to pick and push 3 layers down. So let's push some pins down, because you can't catch on pins that are pushed down. Well, you can apparently, but you're not. It should be harder. Before you ask, this is why I get sore fingers, because I use my fingers. Layer of 3, so the rest of you can come out. Because once the pins are down, the threads won't catch on them so much. I mean, it's not that they won't, because they will, because, well, they're good at that. Thread's purpose is to catch and knot and twist and screw up at every opportunity. Nearly as annoying as a dog. You see, now I can put them all the way at the back, and them, and then them. Right. I had a tragic accident the other day. Now, I haven't got a whole one to show you. And when I say a whole one, I mean that distinctly. I have this, which is the top of a very long, thick pin. Now, I can tell you it was 5 centimetres long, so it was similar to one of these. Last night, I moved my foot, and ow, Jesus kind of thing, right? And poking out of my shoe, bear in mind I'm wearing rubber Crocs, so, was the pointy end. Well, it does look a bit like a tiny lollipop. Basically, it's a pin with a sparkly ball on the end of it. I have got another one somewhere. I've clearly squirreled it away in greatness. I think I put it away earlier, actually. Anyway, I thought I had a blue one somewhere. Anyway. So, the pointy bit had gone through the side of my Crocs, through the sole, ripped a tear in my shoe, and poked me really hard in the foot, to the point I needed pliers to pull it out. It was not happening. That bit was in the heel of my shoe. Not quite sure how that happened. Needless to say, it's broke. That's the importance. So yeah, it was. I will say though, the pointy end was mighty pointy and distinctly went in my foot, which was very distinctly unpleasant. Now, I'm going to do the really hideous thing. I'm going to run ads early while I go and fill up my Coke, because then we can get a bit longer and I might get to the bottom of this before we get round to the ads. So, hang on one moment while I hit the thing. I'll do it the correct way around so you can tell you're not missing anything, and I'll go to ads. Hang on, see you later. And we're all back again. And I've got some more Coke. Yep. Well done. It's funny how it's like they're almost the same length, and you move like one bobbin over and suddenly it seems really, really short or long. No, you've got to. Oh, cramp. Cramp. As I said, this last bit may kill me, but I'm gonna do it anyway. Missed. That doesn't look right. I think I've got some twisted pear at the beginning. And not good twisted pears. If I show you what I mean, hang on. Don't know if it's that obvious on camera. I'd have to blow it up. Hang on. I can't see shit in a 2-inch screen. So. Yeah, you can see it. If you look here at the beginning of this section here, these two, something seems awry. So I'm going to go back and redo it. Because I've already got one huge gaff on this square, this triangle. The last thing I need is another. So and the answer is, it's because you were not the pears that I thought they were. There you go. Serious cramps. I'm gonna have to get the dumbbells out and practice sitting my arms out and build up some back muscles or something. Can't believe that's all it is. No, don't just come undone. Don't just slide down because you can. Ouch. The pointy end. What a shame. It is one of the things. I mean, for example, going to Unity 6000, fine. Unity 6000.1, oh, don't even go there right now, honey. Do not go there. There is a small problem. I've got Alpha 8. There's a small problem with 6.1. It eats all your scenes. Well, they're there. It just won't show them. And it makes it very difficult to work on things when you can't see anything. As you well know. So, yeah. I mean, if you ever think I can help, just ask, right? In an unofficial capacity, obviously. But, you know, if you ever think I might know an answer, you can always ask. But, yeah, 6.1's well fucked. Yep, and I hope that you apply the same logic as I do. You broke it, you fix it. This is my general rule of thumb. I'm happy to help you and advise you, but you broke it, you fix it, you know. Because you know what you were doing, you know why you were doing it, you now get to fix it. I'm sure it's not. I'm sure it's not really. You're not daft. I must admit, I think I mentioned to you before, I had a real lighting issue bug with Unity, and I raised it with them, and they were like, yeah, I see your problem. It's a bug. And someone else would go, no, it's your fault for picking all the wrong settings. Okay. What are the right settings? Oh, I'm not here to help you with that. You'll have to ask customer support. Customer support say we're not technical. You need to raise a ticket for that. I thought I cracked it. I really thought I cracked it and got it working. But to be honest, I really lost my Unity mojo over it because it's been 4 years and it is a bug. It's definitely a bug. It's not my imagination. It is a bug. If you think of think of Wormsbane, right? If you were in Wormsbane and lights leaking from a cave 3 foot over when there is nothing joining them, it's a bug. There is no way that is normal. Well, according to them, that it is. And you've got so many lights. Well, it's a dungeon, dude. I've got occlusion culling on, and it would be turning off all the lights that are not visible. So, once again, please explain to me, in words of one syllable, how this makes it my fault, because at no point have I anywhere near close to exceeded the number of allowed lights in any one area. No. Oh, but you've got them over here. Yeah, but they're behind a wall. In fact, they're behind like 5 walls, darling. No. And it just kind of really knocked the wind out of everything that I did. Just because if it can't look right, then, well, what can I do? If you can't even dream of making it look right, that's not right. You know, I'm not prepared to say that it's not me, but at the same time, but if you're not prepared to tell me how it's wrong, bear in mind I changed all the things that they did mention, and it was worse. But I managed to get it partly working, and I was really pleased with it. And then I wandered into my project the other day, and it's not working again now. And it's like, but this was working. I had all this working. It was right. It was everything. It was exactly as I wanted. I had a bit of my mojo back. But as a free user of Unity, I'm just not important enough to them. Really not. But if I was one of the big boys who said, here, this shit don't work. I mean, I know I'm not the only one who's run into this. I've seen other people mention it. So I know it's not just me. And I'm sure there is something that can be done, but this is why there are so many people who've tried to do fancy things to fix lights in Unity, is because they keep running into bugs like this and being told it's your fault, even though you're on reasonable settings and you haven't asked it to do anything amazing. So no, you're not. You're not. I wish Well, there is that. You are not a pixel monkey, my dude. You are perfectly brilliant at modelling and drawing, and you're not a pixel monkey. And, you know, are you necessarily going to write a whole game by yourself tomorrow? Probably not. But you're not stupid. You can follow logic. You can... Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to model. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to understand that doing this to it will change that to it. You just use logic in a different way to I do. And, you know, it's... I'm a strong believer of, unless there is something really wrong with people, if they were interested and had the time and the opportunities, most people can do an element of most things. And lots of artists go, oh, well, you can draw if you sit down and try. Bitch, I'm 52 and believe me, I've been trying. I can draw really badly, to the point I look like a school child. But I can draw some things better than other things. Using GIMP, I can do some good mandalas. I did one I was really, really proud of. I'll dig it out for you at some point. I really liked it. It was really fussy, but I really liked it. For the most part, though, generally not. But it's not that I don't know how. It's the getting it onto the paper bit that I struggle with. There are certain things that my brain just kind of farts at, like shoulders. It can't do shoulders. They just don't work in my head. I know how they work physically. I can see how they work from a 3D model perspective, but I can't draw one. I can't model one, but I can see how the rigging works, and I understand it, because it's more like a Lego or a Barbie or a Ken or whatever, right? G.I. Joe, whatever you had, right? You know, I can see it from that perspective. I get shoulders, but I can't draw one. My brain just cannot, for some reason, put that on paper. And so there are aspects like that. Plus, of course, I mentioned this a few times, there are a few things that make my brain freak out. So curly phone cables, like we used to have on landlines, if that's in my vision, my brain just freaks out and can't see anything. It doesn't know what to focus on, and it basically does nothing, and it sits there and cries. And I think that is part of the reason why I can't draw some things, is that my brain cannot process them into shapes and ideas. It just goes error, fart, die, crash, start again please, and it just won't have none of it. And you know, but then I'm not trying to be a 3D modeler, and I'm not trying to make a living at it, so it's just as well, really, isn't it? Because clearly I suck at it. But yeah, I have made a couple of 3D models, and I mean literally a couple. I made a well. That was my most successful thing. Took me like 4 days. And it was very kind of Lego looking well, but I made a well. Unity. That's the only one I made my well in Blender, right? And I tried Maya once. No. Blender I got on better with, but still no. I tend to use either Pro Builder or UModeler in Unity to do some things. UModeler's good for making props. Pro Builder's better for making kind of scenery layout. Mainly because UModeler just farts if it's big enough. If you try and make a field, for example, or a bit of a hillside that you're going to put a castle on, UModeler will do the castle. UModeler will do all the things in the castle. It can do your trees, but it cannot do the landscape. Pro Builder struggles for me to do smaller objects where you want more detail. So kind of both work really well together. I've also got a thing called, I think it's called Archimagic or something, where basically you procedurally generate stuff, but by controlling the procedures. So you add columns around the edge and then you count how many you want and you spread them out and invert every other one or whatever, and you basically node based draw what you want, and it kind of, and you fart around with it till something like what you wanted came out. It's better to make spaceships than it is to do buildings or pots or things, because it's just not, it's more how it does it. It's more of regular positioning of things rather than one-offs. So I have lots of tools. I do have a copy of Blender. I just suck so badly at it. It'd be a bit like me trying to talk to you in a foreign language. I don't do well enough with English. What makes you think I can do a foreign language? I mean, I do know some German. Some. Very little. Tiny bit. Not enough to hold a conversation, but I can usually pick up on roughly what they're talking about. And kind of go, yes, no, can I have 3, whatever. But I did do some support, and I supported a person having problems with their web server in German. It was writing it, not saying it, which was just as well, because I had plenty of time then to think what I was going to write. And I probably made them weep for their mother tongue, but I did succeed. We solved the problem, so point to me, After all, that was the point of the exercise. I'm sure a fluent person could have done it in a 10th of the time, but we got there in the end, because they didn't speak English, which is unusual for Germans. Most Germans know English, so... Oh, I can't help but hear this song and think of something else. There's a meme that goes around Facebook. This is You Make My Dreams Come True from Daryl Hall & Oates, right? And the meme goes, you're a... And I'm sorry, but that's all I can think of now when I hear the intro to this. Especially when you've had a bad day, One of the things I like about using Pro Builder and UModeler to do stuff in Unity is, A, it's in situ, but B, it's all the same keys as Unity. So you don't have to fanny about trying to convert in your head between the two, because that's something my brain's really bad at. It takes me a while to readjust. And then when I go back, I start using all the wrong keys in the other one, and mayhem ensues, you know. I also want to point out, Zuka, nothing I ever made will be ever used by anyone. It's too bad. No one in their right mind would even use it as a placeholder. But as you can tell from lace making, it's not that I'm not prepared to put time and effort in shit and do dull, boring, repetitive things. I just can't convert brain into 3D models. And the more I think about it, the less I understand UV modelling, to be honest. I mean, I understand it, but not when I come to do it. I watch someone else do it and it makes perfect sense. The moment I look at it, it just turns to dung and I don't get it. Well, I do, but... I'm sure there are some. The problem is, like so many things in life, you can listen to an expert, like the guy who invented it even, sit there and explain it, and if your brain just goes, no, that's all that happens, is your brain goes, no. And when they say, well, what don't you understand? You kind of go, all of it. Because your brain just went, not having it. You need to find someone who talks about it in a way that makes sense to you. Now, obviously, I am not a unique individual. There are plenty of people like me. But I do think that, I mean, I've seen, you know, I've read books on things, I've done it. And you can read a book, you can watch some videos and go, I am none the wiser. I read it, I did all of the examples the book said, I did all of the quizzes, I answered all the questions, and the moment I wanted to do something for myself, I had no idea. And I did that originally with C++. I did this Learn C++ in 21 Days book, and I started at the beginning, I read everything, and logically, yep. Oh, thank you for the follow. Thank you very much. But I followed the book, and by day 21, I wrote the program that it said, and I was right. I got it right. It did what it said. But I could not have written a single thing that I wanted to do. It hadn't... Well, the good news is, it's not that hard. And I mean that sincerely. There are two moves. There is cross, which you can't really see, hang on. I can't really move it up a bit. Hang on, let me see if I can. Ooh, don't really want to do that. Let me. Is it going to let me move it down much? Right, that's as far as it wants to go because I'm right at the bottom of my pillow. So, see these 4 bobbins here, right? These are the ones I'm about to work with. This is a cross. You take left and you place it over right. Ta-da! Twist is you take a right one and you place it over a left one. Congratulations, you now know everything you need to know to make lace. Everything is a combination of cross and twist. Seriously. Ta-da! Hello, Sugar Bear. How you doing? Yeah, I was right. That's the right one. It is. Hello, how you doing? Nah. Is he late? I actually made a joke to an ex-boyfriend of mine because he was saying, "Oh, how's life?" Because it was his birthday yesterday, and I wished him happy birthday. And he said, "How's it going?" And I went, "Well, I've taken up a couple more hobbies." And I could almost, even though it was over a email kind of thing, I could almost hear him go, "Oh, Jesus, no." And I did kind of say, if I ever die early, it's because some of my hobbies have collapsed on me and I'm trapped underneath it. I have many hobbies. This is not a brag, but I have 13 spinning wheels, 11 knitting machines. It is. I have a bag of knitting needles, a bag of crochet hooks. I have 7 weaving looms, including one that's the size of a Land Rover. I have a number. I think I got into double figures of lace pillows. I have some in the region of 3,000 bobbins, all in batches of different styles. And now I've taken up cross stitch as well. So, believe me. You see, well, so I've got an e-wheel. I've got a little nano, but I have big spinning wheels. So I have a number of spinning wheels. I've got the Elizabeth 2, which I quite like. Ashford Elizabeth 2. I've also got my Spinolution. Funnily enough, my Spinolution is my go-to wheel. But I've got who was the name of it? I've got one of those real freaking expensive ones where they sell like £14,000 wheels. I didn't spend that much on mine, but I did spend a couple of grand on it. Which is really, really good for making the finest of thinnest threads. But I have a Glamacra standard with combination draw loom stuff on it. Frankly, if it hasn't got 8 shafts or more, preferably 16 or more, I'm kind of not into it at the moment. But she says, looking over, and there's I got a thing from AVL, which is basically a bookshelf with prongs in it, so that I can feed sectional beam on my weaving loom. I've never actually used it for that at the moment. It's holding cones in here for various aspects because I do band weaving as well, because I've got like 5 inkle looms as well. And I've got a sewing machine and a serger, and basically this house, should I die, needs to be a museum. Well, it helps that I'm single, is all I will say to that, because there's no one going, "Oh my God, have you really bought more yarn stuff?" Well, oddly enough, I've got a spare sewing machine and a serger, but frankly, I wouldn't wish them on my enemies. I bought cheap ones. He was a keeper. He's a keeper then. To be fair, I will say about my ex-husband, I blew my knee out after we were divorced, and I wanted to go to one of the it I'd been suggested to go to one of the fibre events in the UK, and I went. Well, I blew my knee out and I couldn't go. And I was really kind of disappointed. And there and then, absolutely, he said, I'll take you to the next one. And bless his little cotton socks, the guy couldn't be less interested if it was life and work of the dung beetle. He took me, we went round, we both hated it. Except for when we came out at the end, there was a little puppy and we got to hug a puppy. That was the best part of the day. It was a really hot day, so we fed him some water. The man is experienced, is all I will say to you. Some people, and don't get me wrong, I envy you if you are. Some people are really happy with a rigid head loom. I knew before I even finished warping it, it was not for me. I just knew this was not going to work for me. Now it's not a flex, but for some reason, I know my brain really, really well. And there are things that my brain needs, and there are things that my brain hates, and my brain will go, no, really quickly. And often I can look at something and go, no, brain not going to like that. And there are other things that I don't entirely know. But for example, I am lace making. Why am I lace making? I am autistic. I do have some ADHD kind of tendencies. So basically, probably. I came close to being diagnosed as bipolar at one point, but I'm not bipolar. I am just faddy with a lot of things that I do. This does not make me bipolar, it just makes me faddy in things that I do. And I would argue to that one until I'm blue in the face. Although they may have been right, but we're not going to admit it, right? So I wake up randomly with a burning need. I learned to crochet. Why? I woke up one Saturday morning and my brain went, and I think anyone who's got a level of neural divergency has, especially when they've had it a while, you know, when they're adult enough and they've got enough of an understanding of the kinds of things that their brains do and don't get on with. And so I woke up one day many years ago and my brain literally went, Liz? Yes, brain. By the way, I treat my brain like it's another person and this is why. And it goes, I want to crochet. Where's that come from, brain? I've been sitting in this house for basically a year, never moved because I was unemployed at the time. And you've never seen someone crochet. You don't know anyone who crochet. You haven't watched any videos on crochet. But you've woken up today and you're demanding to learn to crochet. Yes, Liz, I am. Fine, got on eBay, bought literally a packet of... It came in a packet of string and a stick, as I lovingly referred to it. I.e., it was a hook and some cotton, right? And I went, that's fine, we can cope with that. It arrived. I found a tutorial on the internet that basically said how to make quite an ugly lace dolly thing. And I made it. And it was made out of fillet crochet, which I kind of went, kind of like how that works. It's really simple, you know, fill in a square, don't fill in a square kind of deal. I can cope with that because I do pixels. I'm a computer nerd. So, yeah, great, wonderful. Designed my own pattern, made one, made a blanket out of it because for some reason I like making blankets. I am the ice queen, but even so, I like making blankets. I then taught myself to do Tunisian crochet, made my own patterns. And, you know, bear in mind this was like in the first month, and these people were going, hey, I've done this for 20 years, I couldn't possibly do that. And I'm going, bitch, I've been doing this a week. Don't be telling me you can't. You know, it's like colouring in squares on square paper. That's all it really is. I used Microsoft Paint at pixel level to start with, and then graduated to cross-stitch program. So I've owned a cross-stitch program for years. I just never used it for what it was intended for. And, you know, and it was kind of like, great, wonderful. A few weeks ago, well, a few months ago now, must be 3 months ago now, I woke up and my brain went, Liz? Yes, brain. Remember when you were like 9 and you made like 3 strips of lace? Yes, brain. I remember doing that. I want to do more of it. Okay, brain. Well, the shit you had when I was a kid is long since disappeared. It wasn't even in my dad's house when he died, so I don't know what happened to it, but it's not there. Well, you'll have to buy more stuff, says Brain. I want to do it now. So I did. And being me, I am now in the process of making lots of squares. Now, when I finish pulling out these squares a bit, these pins rather, I'll show you what I mean. I talk of triangles because you make a triangle. And I want to keep some of you... One thing that I do struggle with is it loves to mate and tangle. But I'm going to push down loads of these pins because that's a thing. I want to push down 3 layers of pins. So that's all of you, including you. You're possibly one too many far over for that. Come back up. You don't count. This is my barrier for when I turn the corner, so it doesn't pull things out of shape. And I've decided that 3 rows is a good distance. Like that. And you push them down like this so that you can... Also helps because you can see better the pattern. And push you down. These pins bend when you say the word pin, so pushing them down is when they bend, to be honest. That, and of course I need better glasses so I can see them, because they're tiny. Is that all of you? I think that is. Let's squish you down a bit more and then run over with the end of this, because that's good for pushing them down a bit more. Holds them down just a bit more than that. Right. And then we take you out, because we don't need you anymore. One of the most common questions I get is, so how do you knot everything? And the answer is there are no knots. Only twistings. Only twisty twisties. As a general rule. There are knots when you finish, but even then, really not supposed to. Knots are generally considered lazy. You're supposed to sew them in, and we tried that, or rather I tried that. It's on video, you can catch it. I entirely lost my marbles to the point of sitting there hysterically laughing, unable to do anything. So, forgive me, I'll stick to knotting shit. This net curtain's for me. I'm making a net curtain, by the way. And I need 18 squares. This is halfway through square number 3. So, let me show you what square looks like. There it is. So we completed 2 squares already. Let me turn this around just for my own sanity. Actually, let me put these in sticks so that they don't tangle and make bids for freedom. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Looks a bit short for 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, does that up. Right. What I can do now is cover this lot up a sec with a cloth. It's not flat, so actually I know what I can do. Move that over there for a second and give you a nice dark background. There you go. So you'll be able to sit properly. There you go. See, nice flat background. Ignore the shit pile, because well, that's a thing. But let me zoom in slightly. There we go. Flatten it. There we go. So, these are my squares. And I have 2 of them so far. Well, 2.5. And I will join them together. And why is that corner looking a little bit dog-eared? There we go. Just needed a bit of a fluff. So, I will join them together. And there'll be a 3rd one and then 6 down, and it will be a net curtain. So yeah, this is what I'm doing. I'm making these. I may yet, I've got till the end of the 4th one to decide if these go in the middle, and I've got till I've done 12 of them to decide if I want the middle to be different. If I haven't already decided that these are the middle. So I've still got options, right? But as it stands, 18 of these are being made. So my streams do feel slightly repetitive because, well, there's 4 triangles in a square. And, well, there's 18 squares. So that's 72 identical triangles at this point. And, well, the forerunner of this was this square. Which is slightly smaller and looking a bit more dog-eared because it's been folded up for a while. But there were things I didn't like about this square. Now, I liked the general look of the square, but didn't like how these honeycombs were done. Hated these spiders, and there are spiders in here that look more like mistakes. So if I zoom in on it, right, if I come down a bit or across a bit, or whichever way it is, hang on, find it somewhere. There it is. If you look, it looks like there are little mistakes. They're not. They're actually supposed to be spiders, which are more like these blobby bits here. But I didn't like spiders, and when I did those, they looked really pants. So, hence, this was not going to be the thing of choice. Plus, I worked out that I needed to make it slightly bigger. Hence, well, the new one's slightly bigger. So, this means that there are exactly 3 across my window, because I measured my window because I'm a good girl, and I want my net curtain to be flat. I don't want it to be wavy, because otherwise that means making like 28 billion more squares, and that can sod off. So we then set about making a triangle, because we actually started this before, and here it was. And ignore this bit because this was me trying a different stitch just on the off chance I preferred it. But I did this with spangled bobbins. And I can tell you now one thing. Fuck spangled bobbins. Hate spangled bobbins. I want to burn every spangled bobbin in the history of the world. It is not a mean thing. The spangles just get in the way and on my nerves. So that was a thing. Actually, this is a lot softer now I've washed it. I've washed this one. I did an experiment with it because, well, why not? Hence, actually, it's slightly different colour than it was, which is interesting too. But yes, I have my squares, and now I have half another square because I have finished now half a square. So yes, I keep them all in my little box of goodies, like a little treasure box. Let me show you this one then, Uncreative, because this is my thing of the moment. Now, it's not very big, as you can tell. There's my hand. It's not very big. In fact, I personally, to call it a bookmark is a little bit of a cheek, because, well, I would say something crude. The thing that came in my mind was terribly crude and involved tampons. In that they're not much. It's not much bigger than one of those, but it is quite small. I mean, 2 fingers kind of covers it, so it's a bit small. But well, thank you, and I like this one. This is a different technique. So the squares. Let me grab you back the triangle of the squares because, well, it's on top. No, it's not. Yes, it is. So this is kind of what I've just finished making. This is called torchon, and this is a generally recognised beginner starter style. Now, it doesn't mean that experienced and dedicated people don't make it. It's just one of the easier ones to learn. Now, I need to point out, yes, I made 3 strips when I was a kid. But the lady who taught me the 3 stitches, bear in mind, it didn't even cover these. Well, it didn't cover this one, so I can't remember what the 3rd one was. But this is called cloth stitch, which, because it ends up solid, there's half stitch, which is used to make this, but what that does is makes this slightly more open. And then there's hull stitch, which is this with an extra cross in it, which makes this really need to be on a much wider gauge, but basically again slightly opens it up. So those are the only stitches I did, and she didn't cover anything else. This is called rose ground. This is called torsion ground. This is called buck's point. Now, this is done on a square grid. This is not. This is done on a 60-degree angle grid. So hence, if you look at the triangle formed by this is a wider angle because that's 45 degrees. This is 60. So this lends itself to more circular, more, I won't say flowing, but they like doing flowers in this stuff. Now, I'm not a frilly lacy girl. Now, I will say that every picot, which is these little fluffy weirdy bits around the edge that makes it look slightly moth-eaten and looks like it was a 16th century thing dug up from a dig and cleaned. These picots I hate because it just looks like you screwed up your pinholes, but it's a personal thing. I did do some good picots, mainly about 10 of them here. The rest of them all suck. Apparently, this is very normal. In fact, lots of people suck at picots and still suck at picots despite years of it. So I feel quite good that even any of them came out okay, and that was kind of my goal. If one picot came out good, I was going to be happy. And I've got a fair few down here at the bottom. There is one here on the left-hand side that came out okay. Hang on. It's all right, little man. I've got to be careful how I wake this dog because he tends to come out teeth first. But I got some of the right-hand ones going. There's a couple up here that are all right. But one left-hand one worked. The rest, maybe a couple there, if I'm being really nice to them. But basically, no, I suck at picots, but then I don't like them. So I want to have a go at not doing picots on this. I want to make a slightly bigger one because I have dogs. I understand the needy-ish. I really do. But yeah, so I have been busy, but we are going to do more of this. This is for sure. And now I finished triangle. Hurrah, hurrah, hurrah. I might venture and do another bookmark to reward myself for the trials and tribulations of life. That, and I'm thinking of doing one for a Christmas present. And not going to get to Christmas present stage if I'm making triangles, because there's no rush on the whole kind of whole net curtain thing, but it is. I worked out there is about 1,000 hours of net curtaining to be done. So with that in mind, it is kind of important to get the hell on with it and not do too much of other things. But at the same time, you know, I am very concerned that 72 of identical triangles is a lot of repetition, and that even my brain cells can get a bit bored with 72 friggin' triangles. So deviations off into other worlds and making pretty bookmarks and things and trying other things is a good thing. I want to take a picture of that because, well, that's what we do. Trying to get it all in the picture. There we go. So yes, is that some pins? That's a pin I left in, isn't it? Yes, it is. Nope. Couple more pins I see lurking in the other side. It's funny how you only see them afterwards. Same with mistakes, of course. You only see them after the fact. So, there we go. Just pushing these down a bit more so that they don't get caught on later. I have a general rule of thumb: if I run my finger over it and it catches, the pins aren't pushed down enough. Hence using a wooden thing to check. If you can pass the wooden thing around and it doesn't get stuck on any, you know they're all pushed down enough. Just because. There's one trying to mate round a pin. There you go. Come on. Where's a pokey pin? Put the pokey pin away. Grab a pokey pin. You need to come out there because you are not supposed to be under there. Okay. Thank you. But yes, there, that's pretty smooth. They shouldn't catch on that in a hurry. So, what we do now is just checking that we are halfway around. So we unpin you. Bobble pin. Bobble pin. Should be a bobble pin back here. Pin and one of you, and you should now move. Put you back. Like that. So we put one of you in there, and then we check under here to see what you line up with to make sure that you're in the right place, like that, and then give you a bit of a tug. Some pins. Put you a bit nearer the edge. Then we can do bobble pins to hold the sides down. then we have the fun bit where we go. Right, you're the one I'm going to need first. So we won't do that to you, but we will do it to all the rest, which is we need to start at the bottom and we flip them. So they're in reverse order. And that they lie fairly flat the other side. Otherwise they're all twisted and that gets really complicated. So this like that. And there, now I'm all set to do triangle number 11. Which, as it's 10 to midnight, is not really on the cards for today. But tomorrow, I don't know. Tomorrow I may have to do bookmark. I'm certainly going to poke and print out a few things and see how I'm doing and see if I've got some gauge and all the rest of it, and then see if I can't make a bookmark for someone for Christmas rather than just give them usual pointless kind of crap I give them for Christmas. Actually make something nice for them for Christmas. Because I'm not giving away my nice bookmark. That's my bookmark. I will keep that till my dying day. But I can make bookmarks for other people now, because now I've done one, it's not precious quite so much anymore. That's why I flipped them, so that this is all flat, whereas otherwise they'd all be twisted round. And it just means when I come to take it, I just flip it back over and now it's ready. Because that's the order I use them in. So what you can't see quite so much is the fact that there's this big long kind of pile of bobbins there. But yes, half a square to go. And we'll be 1/6 of the way through. But yes, I thank you very much for joining me on this journey. You're always welcome back. And I do try and stream every day. There are occasions when I have not. These are usually when I'm absolutely cream crackered. Or it, I mean, don't get me wrong, I want to do lace making every day. The problem is to sit underneath this camera, I have to sit at a funny angle, and sometimes I just want to not. And it's no reflection on anybody else, but I do only do this under camera. For things like my bookmarks, I will show you me making them, but I will also do them off camera. So, because they are not the net curtain. I have promised myself that to make sure the net curtain hams, I will always do it on camera. So I can show my brain next time it gets one of its really big ideas. Because, as you know, it's already going, we could do a Bucks Point one. We could do it in the nice frilly one. It needs to remember that it stuck me with 1,000 hours of doing this, right? And so with that in mind, I very much want to record this. Things like my bookmarks and experiments and stuff are less important, I think, at this time to be online, although I do like to share. So if I do decide to go ahead with bookmark tomorrow, I will do it on stream, because that's what I'm currently making. I will not hide it from you. I'm not mean and horrible. Well, maybe I am, but I'm not that mean and horrible. It's just that obviously this is what I want to stream at the moment. This is so that I do this, so that I don't stop doing this. Because if it came down to it, right now I would quit. I think if I wasn't doing this on stream and all the rest of it, I probably would now be off down a rabbit hole making Bucks Point bookmarks. This would get left, and it would never happen. I would just get too sidetracked. Making myself do this is a good thing. Now, rewarding myself potentially at the end of every triangle is a little much, but with Christmas coming, it would be good to make a bookmark for Christmas. So that's kind of where I'm at with it. In terms of normal, I would expect to try something in between each square, for example. But it could be a bigger thing between a square. Although some of these bookmarks aren't small. I need to point that out. I know that this little bookmark didn't take me too long, but that was in part because I did it off stream, but also because it's tiny. But I do really like him, so I want to make him a friend. And I want to make him a friend that goes away for Christmas. But I also want to try it without picots. And as it, much like weaving, it takes a long time to set it up. So there is a bit of me that's, maybe I really do need to stick with the picots and just make it look a bit dog-eared, because, well, but I've got some thinner thread. I've got and it might be slightly better, because one thing I did struggle with this particular thread that I used for this was that it's not designed for lace making or weaving, for that matter, or despite being 42 cotton. It's more for sewing, and this is smoother. It's a higher twist, and so cinching the edges up was really, really hard. And obviously if I use proper lace cotton that's high twist, it would be a bit easier because it wouldn't get stuck on itself quite so much, maybe. But I need to check my scale, and I want to give another bookmark a go, because it's not like I don't have other pillows. Let's truly be honest here. So we can do that. We can have more than one project on the go. But I haven't got long for Christmas. It's 2 weeks away. So is it really 2 weeks to Christmas? How have I really had 5 days off already? Christ. For those who don't know, I'm off for 90% of December. I broke up on the 5th, and I don't go back till the 2nd of January. And technically, new company owe me half a day holiday, because they naturally have half a day holiday free of charge on Christmas Eve, and I paid for it, so I get half a day back. Shame I can't just not show up first day, but for half a day. But anyway, the ads are due in 3 minutes, so here's a really good time to stop. Thank you very much for coming to see me today. You can catch up on YouTube as I post all my videos there, so if you miss them, they stay on Twitch for a while too, so you can look at some past ones. I am a grumpy old sod at times. But it's been good to see you. Thank you, Zukin. Thank you, Uncreative, and everyone else who's come today. I shall hopefully see you soon. Some of you sooner than others, I hope. But take care, everybody. See you tomorrow.